I now call the committee of the whole meeting for Wednesday, September 6, 2023 to order. Can you hear us, Wayne?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Okay, can I get a motion to adopt the agenda of the committee of the whole meeting of Wednesday, September 6, 2023? Councillor Blissett, Councillor Peabody, all in favor? It's carried. First item today is presentation of Cranbrook's Water System Asset Management Plan. I'd like to welcome Scott Shepard and Anthony Comazetto from Urban Systems to provide their presentation, and to our staff in attendance to help guide today's session. Floor is yours, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Price. So yeah, I'll just give a very high level introduction on this, and then I'll let these two fine gentlemen continue. So this is a bit of a culmination of several years of work that we've done recently with first the water quality and supply master plan, and then this water supply asset management plan that takes that down into a little bit more details. There will be, a lot of numbers and tables included in the report that we have today. We're not necessarily going to get into the details of a lot of those fine details, because some of those numbers, even as of the last 24 hours, have changed as we've updated some cost estimates, and as we're continuing to do work, planning work and design work on some of these future projects. So the intention of this presentation is to really bring council up to speed on the background of the city's overall water supply system, and then go into a little bit of the rationale about how we go about making decisions and how we go about prioritizing some of those future works.
Thanks, Mike. So my name is Anthony Comazetto. I'm a civil engineer with Urban Systems based out of Nelson. And I've been working with the city of Cranbrook for about 12, 14 years now on all aspects of your infrastructure. And today we're here to talk about your water system. So I'm going to provide a brief kind of overall introduction, bit of background on kind of some of the work we've done and your water system, and then pass it over to Scott, who will dig more into the details on this specific study and the asset management plan. That's good. So just a brief agenda. Like I said, I'll give a system background summary. We'll review some of the results from the plan. The Water Supply Master Plan was finalized in January of 2022, with the bulk of the work taking place in late 2020 and 2021. So as Mike alluded to, some of the cost estimates and the numbers, we're going into 2024 soon. So as everyone's aware, inflation and stuff is continuing to impact costs as we move forward. So we're working with city engineering on trying to keep those up to date as we can. Then we'll get into discussion on some of the tangible next steps that recommendations basically that the city should be looking at. So the 2020 Water Quality and Supply Master Planning Program, this was where we looked to kind of the long-term vibrancy of Cranbrook's potable water supply. Some of you have maybe seen that report. I'm not sure, Mike, has that report been provided in?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
Great. So there was kind of five main components to that report. We looked at long-term supply management. We looked at your wellhead protection plan, or did a wellhead protection plan for your groundwater wells. A source protection plan, which looked at your surface water sources, and then a look at water quality and treatment. And then that was all wrapped up into a water distribution and asset management program, which we'll get into more detail. So I don't know how familiar everyone is here with the city's water system. But right now, your main supplies come from Gold Creek and Joseph Creek, as well as 3 groundwater production wells. So the water flows from Gold Creek and Joseph Creek into the Phillips Reservoir. And then at the Phillips Reservoir, the toe of the dam, there's a chlorine disinfection that takes place there. And then that moves into your distribution system and is fed to all your residents and users. Sorry for the graphic here, it's a bit hard to read, but that's kind of just a schematic, layout of your system. So kind of some of the assets that are there, Gold Creek, Joseph Creek, 3 of your aquifers where your groundwater wells are. And this is just kind of summarizes the size of each of those with, Gold Creek and Joseph Creek obviously supplying the majority. I think it's over 90%, 95% of all your water supply. And then some supplementary supply from your 3 groundwater wells. And then your actual assets, there's the Gold Creek Dam. There's the raw water supply line from Gold Creek that feeds into the Phillips Reservoir. And the Phillips Reservoir has a diversion structure and channel, goes into your transmission main and feeds into your distribution system. So there's a lot of data here. I don't think the intent is to go through each one of these, but it kind of gives a sense of the scale and magnitude of your system. So you have water licenses for each of these sources. And here you can kind of see Gold Creek and Joseph Creek, total of 11 licenses on those 2 creeks. And you're getting, 90 megaliters per day on those licenses. And then if you look at your 3 groundwater wells, you're getting about 10 megaliters a day off those 3 groundwater wells. So those are supplementary sources, but again, your majority of your water is coming from those surface water sources.
Anthony, if I could.
Yeah.
Questions, do you prefer as we go or wait till the end?
I think as we go is probably great. Keeps it kind of in context.
Okay. Councillor Popoff.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Anthony. Scott, are we maximizing our water licenses on Gold and Joseph?
Right now, on Gold, you're not, because of the downstream, the pipeline from Gold to Phillips is not large enough. So that's one of the recommended kind of future asset replacements when that line gets replaced, is to increase the size of it to maximize that. Yeah.
I'm just gonna add.
Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe I'll just add on to that a bit. So your current demand, and we've lost the table on the screen there, I think is around like 37 megaliters a day, but you've got licensing for 90 plus. So there is capacity there, but the infrastructure, like Anthony mentioned, can't deliver 90 yet, but you do have licensing for 90. Yeah.
Thanks, Scott.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mr. Stetsky.
Yes, thank you. So we used to have 4 wells, and it looks like one of the wells no longer has acceptable water. What's the water quality like in the 3 remaining wells?
Sorry, so the question was, what's the water quality in the 3 remaining wells?
Yes, it looks like one is out of commission, but there's still 3 that are referenced in the report. I'm wondering what the water quality is like, because I know there were some concerns a few years ago around the quality.
Okay. Jason, can you respond to that question?
Councillor Stetsky through Mayor Price. We currently have 5 groundwater wells in the system. So that's well 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 and 2 are the shallow wells, and we are not using those wells as a source due to the water quality of them. We have those isolated, and we're not using those at all. We haven't used those since 2004. The remaining 3 deeper wells. The water quality meets all guidelines. It meets all provincial and federal guidelines for water quality.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. I have a quick question. On the water licenses, so we've got other users that have water licenses on there. Is there any order involved with the water license for priority, say, for example, and can we restrict other users, or how does that apply?
I'd have to go back and look at each water license, but you can't restrict other users, people that have water licenses from the province. They'd be entitled to whatever the terms are of their water license. But the city would definitely, have the right to draw their full license amount.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
So just getting into, I think I'll pass it over to Scott now, if there's no more questions on kind of just the background of the system, and we'll get into the kind of the asset management plan side of it.
Or maybe just leave it on there. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Anthony. Maybe just to follow up on this slide here, we didn't quite finish on the demand. So part of the water master plan was to project out growth over the next 50 years as well. So currently, like we mentioned, I think we're around, what did we say? Oh, actually it was 27 megaliters a day that you're using. And so at the growth rate that we used in the water master plan, which was 1.85%, I believe, that'll end up being nearly 60,000 people. You're going to be pretty near to that water license amount of 89 megaliters a day. And so setting up the next part of the project is we looked at the risk to the water supply system in terms of, can that supply in the upper watershed deliver that amount of water in the long term? So we looked at climate risks and then the risks of growth to the system as well. So how much growth happens in the city and demand and use on that. So that's kind of the background in the water master plan. So then we got into the asset management plan where we dived into the risk assessment on that and did a little bit more analysis.
I have a quick question, if I may. I was looking here, 2036, you're looking at that growth population equivalents in 2036. We've got 23,333. I even look at today, in our census right now, it says we're 21 something. And we know a census is kind of a voluntary, process. I would question that we're 21,000 right now. I think we're probably 22 or 22 plus. So 2036, I would say that certainly even with this council's plans, we're going to be hitting that target in the very near future. So, and especially again, like you say, with the climate risk, and the additional users, we're seeing what happened this summer. And by the way, Jason, excellent job on, staging it the way you did and getting out in front of that. But, we got a little break from Mother Nature here in the last little while, so we may get through this. But I think this year could have been very telling of, these numbers are probably going to come sooner than later. So I'm just, curious about the 2036 thing, and I appreciate even if it's, 2030. I mean, that's too soon. So my concern is and you'll talk about it later, that secondary source, that I think we'd be putting into our reservoir rather than downstream or wells downstream. I get concerned our wells, relying on our wells, we draw that reservoir down to a point where the ecosystem is affected. Once the ecosystem's destroyed, and that water quality is, going to be an issue going forward for years and years until we correct it. So it's putting something into that source at that level or above that I think we need to look at. But comments?
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I can. So the water master plan started in 2019, and I know I didn't actually work on it, but the team worked on that with planning and staff of the day and council of the day. Yeah. And that's where they came up with the 1.85% growth rate. And so when you forecasted that out from 2019 to 2036, but it looks like you've grown way faster than the projections at the time. So that's, one thing that we always say is you got to go back and review these plans and update them and make sure things are still, keep your information up to date and valid. So, this could even expedite some of the urgency and timing that we'll show later on some of these projects for
I
sure.
agree totally.
Yeah.
Norma, Councilor Bissett, sorry.
Thank you. I would say, though, that I would hope that we should be planning on reducing our water consumption because it is completely so wasteful. And we can't continue like this in the future. So I hope we need to be putting in measures. I believe we need water metering, but, in order to reduce, because I mean, it still goes on now, even during the level 3 restrictions, when I go by people with puddles in front of their houses after days they're not to be watering. It's gross, actually.
That's a good point. I think that probably that, that this meeting may spur something like that. Certainly, if that's a recommendation of the consultants, that's going to make it easier for council going forward to bring that forward. I think they brought water meters up a number of years ago, and was it a referendum or something? They were turned down. Yeah, I agree. We're one of the only few, our size that don't have water meters and irrigation. I think we need irrigation on residential.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Mayor Price, we will bring that up a little bit later in the presentation. We anticipate a lot of these numbers are used, especially when we talk about the projects and the values and the timing and the trigger is based on a water use that is well above the national average. So we can put money at projects that treat the cause of that issue, or if we get to the root cause of it and we deal with that, we can create capacity within the existing system if we get that daily use down. So that's one of definitely the best recommended items, and we will definitely be prepared to talk more about that later in the presentation, and look forward to that.
Thanks, Mike. Councilor Peabody?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe this question would probably be best answered by Jason. So doing the math, like it looks like on average we use about 13 megaliters per day is our average usage. Is that correct? And then is that the 2019 number? And the maximum was like 27 megaliters a day?
Yeah, Councillor Peabody through Mayor Price. Yeah, that's correct. This year, we are seeing a large amount of consumption compared to years prior, which is, surprising due to the drought conditions that we have. But those numbers appear to be right.
Okay.
Yes.
So with a population of like 22,000, that's about 590 liters of water per person. So what, like, you can only flush a toilet so many times. Like, where do you think most of that water consumption is going to? Is it mostly like lawns and parks and?
I believe it's for the lawns. Yes.
Yeah. And then and sorry, just not to cut you off, but about 33% of that is just lost with the system too. Is that also correct?
We probably average, I don't think we have a last year's water leak report, but on typical average, we're about 20% leakage, a little bit less actually. So that's pretty consistent with the majority of the water systems in BC.
Yeah.
Average consumption in BC does range about 315 liters per day per capita. We are well above that.
Okay, perfect. No, it puts it into perspective. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for the questions. We'll jump on to the next one. Lots of good setup for my slides later on. Appreciate that. So just on the asset management plan, just some of the key deliverables from that component of the water supply plan. So the city got an additional grant from FCM to do the asset management component. So that was to include the risk assessment that looks at identifying and analyzing the risk facing the water supply and a lot of the major distribution assets. Develop some options for managing those risks. That's presented in a risk register that aligns with the city's asset management system and plans and programs that Mike and team have in place already. And then we also looked at climate change impacts on the capacity of the water supply to meet your demands. So In this project, we had done the preliminary work on that, and then as part of one of the other design projects underway, we're continuing on with that. So that work is still going on to date with the climate change impacts on the Gold Creek watershed and Joseph Creek watersheds. And that was all consolidated in an asset management report that brought together all the information that we've done on the water system over the last number of years, both engineered assets and those natural ones. So a lot of the natural assets that you've got are in the water supply watershed area. So like Anthony mentioned, we've got the creeks and the dams and those kind of things there. We forecasted out the costs that you're going to need to sustain the water system over the next 20 years. So annual and then long-term costs. We've got a summary of potential non-capital responses to some of these risks. So like I've heard earlier, so when a non-capital one could be looking at studying water meters and other things, or some of those types of things, rate studies, those type of things to help mitigate some of those risks. And then we've prioritized all the projects and investments to support the development of a long-term capital investment and financial plan in order to address these risks and provide the service levels that the community needs. And then as part of the project, we did do some open house panel boards that summarize all this up, which essentially are the bulk of this presentation here today. So if down the road an open house is needed on this kind of stuff, we've got the presentation materials ready to go. So just some background on asset management. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with that. Hopefully fairly familiar. I know we've done 10 years worth of asset management work here with the city. You guys are leaders in BC in asset management. So with the city's strategy, let's have an ongoing process to help improve your information so that you can make good informed decisions on all these tough infrastructure investment challenges facing you. You also want to improve your understanding of service, the costs, like I mentioned, and the risks. So a lot of the things that we've done is condition assessments on various assets. We've done the risk assessments. You're trying to determine your service levels today and in the future. So that's where that growth rate comes in. So if you're going to have 60,000 people in 2070, okay, what service do we need to be able to provide for those residents at that level? We need to identify the needs, the timing, the costs of all these things, and then recommend some policies and strategies on how to invest in these projects to achieve that service level and make sure that you're mitigating risk and minimizing costs and keeping things affordable at the same time. So like I mentioned, the city is leader in asset management. There's a lot of work that's been done over the last number of years. So it started back probably 2008, building up your asset inventory through the tangible capital asset reporting, improving the data, condition assessments back then. Then about 2012, we took all that information and data and forecasted out some long-term costs and financial forecasts of what the city was facing. There were some rather large numbers at the day that was a bit of a a kick in the butt to let's move on some of the information and investing back into the infrastructure so we can make sure service levels are realized for the residents. 2016, the city did some risk assessments on the water, sanitary, roads, and drainage. So on the water, it was just on the distribution network, not on the supplies, and we're working on the supply now. And so that was in order to prioritize investments into those utilities. So there's a lot of road work going on at the time. I don't know if you remember. And so we didn't want to pave a road and then have to go back the next year and dig it up and put a water main in. So we wanted to prioritize, where could we do multi-utility projects? Where could we do just road projects? So we did a risk assessment at the time to prioritize those investments. And then that led to the grant and for the water quality supply master plan and the asset management plan for the supply side of things that we're working on currently. And so now we're going to get into some of the tables and stuff here. We'll go through these fairly quickly. Like Mike and Anthony mentioned, we don't want to dive into the weeds too much as things have been changing even up till yesterday on some of the costs. But the value of your water distribution assets, so that's everything downstream of the transmission main to the city. So that's all the pipes and the roads and everyone's services. You've got $62 million worth of pipes in the ground there. Taking a look at that, okay, how which pipes need to be done and when. So we've updated that risk assessment. So there's some, and prioritize them. So the highest priority ones, there's 53 pipes, probably 7 kilometers that could be replaced in the next 0 to 10 years as part of your ongoing capital works program. So that's about 6.2 million in 2020 dollars. So like Anthony mentioned, that's probably gone up a fair bit. We haven't updated this table here. And so we did look at, okay, using some of the condition information we had and then the capacity. So pipes were prioritized based on, did they need to be replaced because they're going to fail from condition, or are they going to fail because they can't deliver the capacity to the residents in the area? So we use those metrics, and I'll get into a little bit more of the risk assessment methodology later on. So on the water supply side of things, not so much. We had a little bit of condition information on some of the dams through some of the previous work, but a lot of this was based on replacement value and information that we had desktop, and some of the source protection plan information and groundwater information that was done as part of the water master plan. So again, we're looking at, in just upstream of the city's distribution network, and your supply alone is $43 million. So between the two systems, you're over $100 million in water assets, which is quite a significant amount of assets that we need to be, making sure we're investing back into to deliver that service to the community over time. The one key one to note is that the Gold Creek Dam is near the end of its life for both condition and capacity. So like Anthony mentioned, we don't have the ability to deliver more than the current demand levels there without increasing the storage behind the dam and then get that down to the Phillips Reservoir. So based on the estimate we got yesterday, that cost is about $14 million to replace the dam and the infrastructure around it. So that's a pretty significant project, and I know Mike and team are in the planning and design portion of that right now. And some of the timing that you see in the table there, like these things could change based on condition or capacity. So if growth rates change and we're growing faster than we had planned or slower, that could change the dates on these things. Same things. Some of them are based purely on capacity driving them, not so much condition. So like we mentioned earlier, if we can reduce demand, you could potentially defer some of these projects off, such as like transmission mains that are currently, say, a 600 diameter pipe. In the plan, they need to be upsized to meet your growth to 750 at your current demand levels. We could take a look at that. Okay, if we bring in demand management, bring that demand number down, maybe we can defer that pipe on quite a few years off into the future. So, and we'll talk a little bit more about that on the last couple of slides. Again, just a summary that Anthony had gone through before, some of the new key water capital projects that came out of the water master plan. So these are primarily capacity driven. So there's some work around Phillips Reservoir to increase its capacity and provide more resiliency into the system. We need to add disinfection onto the system. So IHA wants 2 layers of treatment on the system. So currently we're going ahead with a UV plan with the chlorine. So that'll get you those 2 barriers. But in the long term, they may require filtration down the road. That's hard to say. Currently, they're planning that you guys can be exempt for a while, but we'll see how that goes. I know they keep changing their tune all the time. So long term, that's something to keep in mind too. As your demand increases, the cost of filtration and treatment and those kind of things are also going to go up too. So if you were to build a filtration plant today at your current demand levels and everything, it's about $50 million. So that's something we don't really want to have to invest in currently. So the UV is only 13 million. So that's a little more palatable. And at 2070, at those growth levels and that demand, you're probably $100+ million filtration plant. So those are, some of the things to keep in the back of your mind when you're trying to, weigh out demand management and supply management and those kind of things as we move forward. So there's also a number of reservoirs that need to be added into the system in the long-term plan there to meet the growth and service levels. And then potentially another well and some generators onto the wells there too. So there's quite a number of projects that are driven by new infrastructure to meet capacity and growth requirements.
If I may, Councillor Papa.
Thank you. How much time do I have for questions? Um, Are we getting orders from Interior Health on anything with respect to our filtration deferral, our water quality, our cryptosporidium levels, algae in the reservoir, any end water sample results beyond total coliform that are exceeding standards?
Councillor Popoff through Mayor Price. Currently, no, we have no orders against the city or on our conditions of permit. They are in the draft process of issuing our new conditions of permit, which does talk about the filtration exemption criteria. That does talk about, there's a date the Ministry of Health has arbitrarily put up of 2025 for all large systems to have filtration. So we're trying to do that filtration exemption.
Yeah, and if I can just add to that, the filtration exemption application was submitted as part of the water supply plan. And prior to this meeting last week, we did follow up with IH just to, because they hadn't formally responded. And they did respond by stating that, you know, once the UV disinfection has been put into place, they will then want to see some monitoring data following that. And then they would, at that point, they would then assess whether granting the filtration exemption. But if everything were to kind of work out as planned based on their current kind of procedures and policies, we don't anticipate any
Go ahead. Yeah.
So thank you.
concerns with that.
Okay, so there's no orders, there's no hard water quality proof that we're in non-compliance. So this is going to be an ask of the city to invest in a UV system while we're still meeting our two barriers.
Well, no, the second barrier is the UV. So there is a requirement to get the UV in.
So does that mean our turbidity levels? So that's the reason for not having to have filtration or anything at this point. We have a very low level of turbidity in our surface water. That's one barrier, plus our chlorine. So are we getting rid of, is Interior Health getting rid of the two barrier system? Are they asking us for UV? Why is it now UV plus low NTUs, turbidity plus chlorine?
Well, I guess the low turbidity, I wouldn't consider that really necessarily a barrier. The two barrier protection would be the UV, the chlorine which you have as a disinfection, and the UV disinfection. So that's kind of the requirement for disinfection.
Scott?
I'll just add on to that. So IH will accept UV as your second barrier if your turbidity is below 1 NTU. So it's kind of part and parcel of the UV that you have to have the turbidity along to go with the UVT, and then your UVT transmittance needs to be below a certain value as well. So they're kind of tied together.
Okay, so just for everyone, so that's changed over time. And before, and that's how we got away from anything beyond the low turbidity levels in our reservoir and the chlorine, was that met the two barrier standards. So now they're going to be ordering us to not consider our low turbidity levels and require us to go with UV. And is it an order for UV, or is it an ask that we're going to be spending all this money on?
Yeah, it's from my understanding, based on what Jason had said earlier too, I think by 2025 across the province, they're going to want to see that filtration. So the plan is to try and avoid that by meeting the two barrier standard with the UV and the chlorine. So the city can only invest 13 million versus say 50. No orders in place yet, but 2025 potentially there could be. So when it takes a number of years to plan and get ready for these things with piloting and design and things. So I think the city's just being proactive at the moment, getting ready for that 2025 deadline.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Thank you. Excellent. So just a little bit on the risk assessment. In the past, we've looked primarily at condition and capacity on the risk assessment, which was focused mostly on your distribution network. Now that we've gone out to and included the supply network in there, We've added in compliance, which is that water quality side of things to meet IHA standards, and then the climate change. So we've used a similar process. What are the risks and where are they in the watershed? What's the impact and likelihood of these risks on the water supply system? And what can be done to mitigate the risks? And what resources would be required? And are these risks worth mitigating, or should they be tolerated? Some things can be accepted. You don't have to mitigate all the risks. So for this presentation, we've got things boiled down and summarized in the ones that are recommended for mitigation. In the full report, the risk registry is in there, and you can see some of the other list of things in there as well. So all the risks were scored on a scale you can see there, and then prioritized and rated from there. So just a quick summary on the climate risk to supply. So that assessment was done looking at the system's adverse effects from climate change, looking at the years 2000 to 2100. So that's where data can be found for BC and the region. Still looking at that, there was a model created using those climate impacts on precipitation and drought and those kind of things. And so the first study that we had done, the modeling suggests that unmet demand is going to increase in the long term. So that's going to be driven by both the population demand changes and then the climate change impacts on there too. So primarily the analysis has been showing that it's going to be summer flows that are going to be significantly impacted by climate change. And so that's where you're going to get into trouble if you get 1 to 2 to 3 years of drought in a row. We've got drought this year. If you get a drought again next year, when we're at those higher demand times, you might not be able to meet the demand of the community. So those are, some of the things I heard earlier, limiting irrigation and those kind of things. Those kind of things can help mitigate that. And so we'll talk about that a little bit at the end here. Some of the other things, some of those non-capital mitigation actions that the city can do. There's some proactive maintenance that can be done in the watershed, more monitoring, inspections, making sure we're not getting sediment into the creeks and the reservoirs and those kind of things, making sure there's emergency response plans if there's spills and things up there. And then again, like we've heard, let's consider, potentially maybe we need to increase supply, but also reduce demand. So we'll get into some of those options here at the end. So here's that high-level summary of the risk registry. So some of the key risks under those 4 areas that I mentioned: condition, capacity, compliance, and climate. So there is a risk of getting crypto parasites in your source water. So that one's a fairly high risk. So in order to mitigate that, put on the second barrier, so UV or filtration. We're recommending UV. Another risk could be is that 10 years from now, that dual barrier system of UV and chlorine is not adequate for IH, so you might have to put filtration on down the road. So as part of the exemption plan that we've got, there is land and things set aside for a future filtration plant at the toe of the Phillips Reservoir. Again, like I mentioned, there's sediment and chemical water quality impacts from transportation and activities up in the watershed. So those are things to monitor and keep an eye on. Work with provincial agencies on those kind of things. And then some of the climate impacts, there could be wildfire interface fires. We've seen it in other communities where you get those big fires up in the watershed. You can get a lot of changes in flows, sediment, different chemicals and things flowing into creeks and reservoirs and those kind of things. So wildfire is a significant risk to water supply. So, having a wildfire protection plan, maybe doing some fire smarting around reservoirs and creeks and those kind of things. Some of the other risks we identified is, maybe you're not going to have the financial resources in place to be able to sustain the water system long term. There's some pretty big investments we've shown looking at the system. So, looking at water rates, reviewing those, maybe a long-term financial plan update so you can make a better decision about where to invest your resources. Gold Creek Dam failure. So we're working on the city's working on the design of that currently. So that one, if that fails, that's a pretty big risk to the system to be able to deliver supply. And then the last one, water supply cannot meet demand. So if climate impacts and increased demands impact the supply, then we need to look at monitoring flows and turbidity in the creeks and the reservoirs, and then look at a demand management strategy and implementing that as well.
If I may, can I just
Yep,
just
for
jump
sure.
in a little? Just to jump back to the cryptosporidium parasite and water source. Hopefully this will answer some more of your questions, Councillor Popoff. Currently, the drinking water objectives for surface water requires a 3 log removal for Giardia and cryptosporidium. Through discussions with Interior Health, our current single source of disinfection of chlorine does not meet the log removal for cryptosporidium. That's why we're also looking at that UV treatment as well. Another objective of that Ministry of Health is also that 2 treatment process. So with our single barrier of just chlorine is not meeting the water objectives for surface water for the province.
Okay, thanks, Jason. So then we've categorized the projects that I kind of mentioned there between all the last number of slides into the different categories of renewal focus, new capital, some of those non-capital projects, and things that mitigate risk. So some of the key recommendations there sort of on the risk mitigation is updating a drought management plan, which is part of some of the grant applications that we've done and the Gold Creek Dam design. Continuing to water quality and quantity monitoring to see what's going on up there. And then the recommendation that I think you want to hear from us is that, let's look at water metering. The specific recommendation that we have is to, in the short term, is look at a business case for water metering so you can weigh out the pros and cons and those kind of things. So that'll be on the last slide here, the actual recommendation that you'll see. So we've compiled all this into a long-term investment plan. This is just a summary of all the things we've talked about here. We can probably zip over this. I'm sure everyone's anxious to get to the last couple slides. Put it into a graph as well, so you can kind of see some of those forecasted costs. Just in the next 20 years, there's some pretty significant investments there in the water source and supply area. Some pipes, but in the distribution network, but the bulk of it is, the Gold Creek Dam, the supply line, Phillips Reservoir, transmission mains. A lot of those kind of things are going to be facing the community in the next 20 years in order to meet the demands and the service levels that the community is expecting. So what's next from these plans that we've done here? So some of the key next steps around capital budgeting. So like I mentioned, look at a long-term capital investment plan, look at your water rates and a financial plan update, maybe update some of your financial policies and asset management policies to mitigate some of the risks that we've identified and achieve those service levels. Allocating resources to some of these risks, especially on the non-capital side of things. So a little bit more into operations and maintenance to do some more monitoring and tracking and inspections. A few plans, drought management plan, demand management planning, continuing to update the asset management plan and the water supply master plan, maybe some of the well studies to look at secondary sources potentially, and then always consider ways to reduce your costs, increase revenues, and manage risk in your budgeting planning. And then just monitor what's been going on and track performance going forward on these things. You don't know how well you're doing if you don't have a system in there to monitor and track your performance on these things. So, maintaining your data and tracking what you've been doing and investing and those kind of things. That risk registry will help staff out with knowing whether they've mitigated those risks, have the resources to do it, and then be able to track and see if resources were allocated as per the plan and what was suggested. That's kind of the bulk of the asset management plan report. So the next couple slides are tied right into the key recommendation on the demand management side. So I know that might be a good spot if there's some questions on the costs and the risks before we dive into the next portion of this.
Okay. I'll start. Councillor Stetsky, we haven't heard from you. Do you have any questions before we go to any of the other councillors?
Yeah, I think mine are most appropriate at the end after we talk about water metering and other options to save water.
Okay, thank you. I'd certainly, I think, you know, we got to look at future funding for sure. As far as the city's responsibility, I think it's timely now. Certainly our community, it's a realization this year that we do have issues, that we do have to take proactive measures. You know, Charlotte being in the room and Mike, certainly we got to look at our 5-year plan, I think, and look at our water rates. And it's a bitter pill, but I think it's timely. It doesn't affect the overall tax rate anyway. So, and I think we got to start funding these projects, you know, from the source, you know, of the demand. You know, if it's water, out of the water fund, if it's sewer, out of the sewer fund, and those have to go up. I don't think those should be coming out of the general fund as regular as we have in the past. So just a thought there. I think that, you know, we have to address that either in 1 or several years in the financial plan that we're going to be working on here in the next couple of months. I guess a question to the consultants here. This, I think that this is going to be one of those critical things that both levels of senior government have to pay attention to. You know, we've seen the money we spend on COVID and the other disasters. So it's a huge, you know, billions of dollars cash investment into these. I would think that the federal and provincial governments have to be looking at water supplies right now. We're not the only ones, you know, certainly, you know, with climate change and everything else. Do you foresee some special funding sources that may open up just as a result? Because I mean, all we hear is crisis, crisis, crisis. So usually they react, you know, very quickly to crisis and a huge investment. So do you see them doing that? And you know, if not, do you see a role in the city, how we should be addressing that at senior levels and encouraging them? I mean, because it is right from source to supply, you know, to the pipes in the ground that are, you know, it's I think both condition and capacity of probably most communities in Canada. Comment?
Sure. Like through our networks that we have at the province, I mean, you probably heard this through the media, but a lot of the focus is on two things. So housing and climate change. So typically what they've done in the past is put money towards planning of each of those things. And then they start putting the capital grants out there. So they've just recently done a few grants around the housing side of things on the capital side. There's quite a number of climate change planning grants out there. So I'm expecting some sort of climate change capital grants to be coming out in the next year or two. Maybe that's in the next few phases of this Investing in Canada Infrastructure program or where that ends up being. But I know there's definitely a strong will on the province of BC anyways to mitigate climate change, and for sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. Continue if you're ready.
Is that me or is that? Oh, there we go. Okay, thanks. So I just put a bit of a graphic up here just to set the stage for the demand management side of things. Just so everyone understands, you know, a lot of the inputs that go into your surface water supply, you know, there's sort of some key elements in there that we need to consider. So climate and precipitation. So we've done the study on that to understand that. Sediment, we've done a source protection plan to understand that. And then the quality of the water. So that's been studied as well. So we know a lot of information about the inputs into the water supply system. And then you're going to need assets to convey that supply, whether they're natural or engineered, in order to meet your demands. So a lot of the demands that face the supply, it's not just, you know, residential drinking water. You know, you get envirotranspiration out of those open source reservoirs. There's environmental flow needs, so fish flows in the creeks, need to be met as well. So those things that need to be considered in there. So if there's, say, 90 megaliters of water in the watershed, not all of it can go to meeting potable demand. So some of it does have to go to fish and some to licensed water. So the other things that we need to consider is, we've got future growth, that 0.85%. There's the per capita water use. We were using 700 liters per capita per day in the water master plan. And then the unaccounted for and system losses, we had 18% back in 2019. So Jason was saying around 20. So that's kind of comparable there. So you need to consider that too. And it's not all leakage. Probably a bulk of it is, but some of it's, public works are using to hydrant flushing and, filling up water trucks for dust control and things like that. So there's probably a bulk of it is leakage. So, investing into your asset renewal and replacing those distribution pipes is also important to be able to bring that number down. Other things to consider in your per capita water use is the land use, the type, the mix, the size that you've got in your OCP and your zoning bylaws and the growth. Indoor use, it's gonna be pretty tough to bring that down. That's pretty consistent across BC, what people are using per capita there. But that, like we heard, the outdoor irrigation is the big number that, that where we can have an impact, be able to reduce demands, for sure. So, demand management planning in the water master plan, the asset management plan, that was definitely a recommendation to consider and study. So that, a lot of the benefits of that are deferring infrastructure costs off into the future, so that your supply is greater than your demand. And so, as we've seen, growth and climate change can have a significant impact on the supply and the demand going forward. Kind of talked a little bit about this. So mitigating some of those costs and reducing demand. We've seen in other communities where water meters and demand management planning comes in place. We can reduce that per capita demand by 25 to 33%. So that 700 liters per capita per day can come down significantly by bringing that in. So that, like I mentioned, can defer a lot of those costly expenses we've seen for reservoirs, trunk mains, potentially treatment, those kind of things. So the big benefit of the water meters that we've seen is, shaving off that peak outdoor irrigation demand in communities to bring that down. So, that's typically in those summer months where we saw in the supply climate change study that, you might not be able to meet demands in periods of drought and high MDD in August when it's super hot and everyone wants to water. And then on the leakage side of things, if we can get that down to 10% through the asset renewal and replacing pipes and upgrading from old, cast iron and those kind of things and putting in PVC and those kind of things, that'll help try to reduce that down. It's gonna be pretty tough to get below, 10%, just with because we call it says leakage, but it's unaccounted for water where it's not metered or tracked. So things for, industrial use for the city and things like that. Again, some of the other benefits, metering, there's a lot of benefits to that. Like we've heard, we could reduce summer irrigation demands that we've seen in other communities, limit oversizing the infrastructure. It also helps with system management and planning. So, right now we're estimating 700 liters per capita per day based on, big numbers coming out of the reservoir and things like that. But if you've got, water meters on everyone's service connection, you'll have a good understanding of where the water's going, where your leakage is too, because you can see where there's, gaps in the system. Being better stewards of the watershed and the aquifer, being able to adapt to climate change, that'll go a long way with the province on future grants too. I know in the past they've done, asset management plans, water conservation plans, those kind of things as being criteria in order to get capital grants. As we move forward, maybe they're going to be, clamping down a little bit more on that water conservation side of things and making sure that you are doing everything going forward. So that would definitely help in the eyes of the province with applying for grants. So considering universal water metering program, And through that, reviewing your water rates in order to encourage conservation. So there's lots of different structures you can look at to be able to do that. It also provides an opportunity for, equitable and fair billing. So people are paying for what they use. And then, through that, we can update a lot of the other plans and aligning water use restrictions with provincial, regional levels as well, which not a lot of places are doing as well. So the province goes into stage 3 or 4 drought, you can align a lot of your policies and planning around that as well. Okay, so the recommendation we had in our report was to look at undertaking a business case for water metering as sort of step 1. So that'll allow you to get a better understanding and improve your information around what does that look like in the community. Is it, the right choice? Is it appropriate? Both from benefits, costs. And so the study will look at, all of those aspects, confirm what the key drivers are for the community, measures of success, identify some options that you can consider moving forward, and then provide some recommendations and implementation considerations. So that cycle we've got up there, we're just talking about the very first one there. Let's look at a business case to undertake that. And then, so it doesn't mean meters coming. You've got to, do the business case, make sure it makes sense. And then you can get into design criteria, specifications, how you want to do it, those kind of things, and then move along through the cycle of procuring and installing and those kind of things. So that's kind of the formal presentation part of it. We're kind of thinking the last part here, we just open up for discussion around demand management, water metering, everybody.
Okay, we'll start with Councillor Stetsky.
Yes, thank you very much. The idea about whether to add water meters or not, of course, isn't new. So I would think that somewhere out there must be a study already that kind of looks at a number of different communities and what the impact was on water consumption before and after introducing meters. So I'm just not sure how much more work or how much additional study we would need to do. I guess it's always good to customize it to your current situation, but and having those kinds of examples would be really helpful with the discussions that we're going to have with the public, assuming we proceed. So I'd like your thoughts on how much of this study in essence has already been done in terms of proving the value of metering. And then secondly, I had a fellow come to me a couple of weeks ago saying, he appreciated that the city had a rain barrel program and a subsidy, but there was no rain to fill the rain barrel. And so his question was whether the city might start looking more at providing grants for people who are, I think the proper term is xeriscaping their lawn or their yards. In other words, taking out the grass, putting in rocks, bark, etc., and removing lawn, and whether the city might look at potentially providing grants for that kind of change in the future. And at the same time, I said to the person, well, I think I'll check with Columbia Basin Trust as well to see whether that's something they might consider. So have you seen that kind of approach being done in any of the communities?
All right, I'll take the first question there was around, what we've seen in other communities and if there's a study been done to kind of bring that all together. Yeah, customizing to your community is good. I know we've gone with a sort of a stepped approach to metering because we, have been around Cranbrook a while. We know there was a fair amount of resistance in the past around metering. So we were thinking, let's get good information customized to Cranbrook so everybody has a good understanding of the costs, the risks, the service levels we need to meet, those kind of things. Is it the right thing to do in order to achieve your goals? Lots of other communities. The big one that I was involved in was probably 2008 on the west side of Kelowna. So we brought in water metering over there for West Kelowna, Peachland, and the regional district areas out there. The demand has gone down by 33% over there. We had a plan, water master plan for Peachland at the time, where they needed, I think their dollars were like $50 million treatment plant and reservoir. That got shaved back down from a 33 megaliter plant down to a 20 megaliter plant. At the end of the day, it ended up costing them, I think, 25 million versus the 50. So there was huge savings there. They definitely are saying metering was the huge driver for that savings for them, brought their demands down. The regional district in West Kelowna saw similar, 25 to 30% reductions. So, I mean, it can be done in other places. We've seen reductions in lots of other communities as well. So it's out there. Urban Systems hasn't done a study to kind of bring all those together that I'm aware of, but maybe there's one out there if somebody else has done one, but I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, further that the intention of the study is to apply it to these capital forecasts and operating forecasts that are unique to our system and our asset management plan. So that's we can make assumptions on the reduction levels, but I think those reduction levels can be inferred from what other similar communities have dealt with. But it's applying what that demand reduction does to our forecast capital plan. So similar to the reference about a treatment plant elsewhere, being able to defer or eliminate or reduce some of these upgrades. The intention of that study would be to do a business case scenario for the city of Cranbrook, to be able to show council, to be able to show the taxpayers the practicality of this, to say at the end of the day, is this going to save the taxpayers money by us doing this, and does it also have equitable use of paying for a treated product that is piped to their house, similar to any other utility that people do pay for on a per user basis. So the intention is for it to be a very practical and open and honest way to communicate what those items are. On the second question, Councillor Stetsky through the mayor, there are a lot of other types of incentives or programs that we do want to look at. We do know that the Rain Barrel program was taken up very highly, but I do agree, trying to use mine in my garden, it wasn't very practical this year. So there are also some items that we are going to be looking at comprehensively. This will include through our parks and recreation and parks management, whether there's a lot of proactive works that the city can do, because we need to make sure that we're doing our part through our operations and through our irrigation. If we're going to be looking at anything else with other community users, it will be looking at it through development. We do have landscaping requirements through development applications right now, and whether those can be improved to either incentivize or allow for more types of landscape uses that can still look great but use less water. We've got a lot of park spaces that have a lot of irrigation and flowers that maybe could reduce the amount of water usage, but still look very nice as far as a beautification standpoint. So we will be looking at that, and we are interested in trying pilot programs or seeing what we could do with different businesses or different property owners. So the answer is yes, we're interested in it, and we would be keen to see if there are any external funders that would be willing to do that, and then we can showcase examples of how people can reduce their water use.
Thank you, Mike.
That's an interesting addition, I guess, to my thinking anyway. In our neighborhood, we have seen people replace their lawns with artificial turf up in the Park Royal area. Looking at it as part of a development requirement to ensure that yards, landscaping that goes in is not heavy on the water consumption side through a bylaw is an interesting concept for new developments.
Thank you, Councillor Stetsky. I'll just go around the table. I think Councillor Peabody, anything?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions as well, if that's okay. So one of the things that was mentioned is having a fire mitigation plan to help reduce the risk of anything happening to our water supply. Do we have a fire mitigation plan already in place? Like, I believe we have been doing some clearing around the Phillips Reservoir, but around any of the other areas, has that been happening?
Councillor Peabody through the mayor, there's been a lot of work going on that front. A lot of that work has been spearheaded by our Fire and Emergency Services Department. But this most recent planning activity where we did incorporate, we have a watershed protection plan that has a lot of recommendations, and part of that is now we are looking to further engage with the province and with the forestry sector to look at how that's a critical asset to us, but we don't own it. So the province owns the land for the most part, and then there's tenure holders and there's resource licenses out there. So we do have a strategy in place. There are goals in that strategy. We still need to continue to work on developing a clear plan, because it would require working with those other agencies or working with private landowners as well. So there's more funding. I was looking at some funding available this morning on those items. And we do want to continue to try to do that, because part of the risk is a large wildfire in our watershed would make a lot of this great proactive planning go sideways. So how do we mitigate that? There's been discussion about proactive logging, which would be good for it to compartmentalize sections of the watershed such that if there's a fire, it could be more easily contained somewhere and not have as much widespread issues there. So this is something that's really just emerging in the last couple of years, and there have been some communities definitely impacted by it. So we are really pushing to find the resources and the staff resources to address those.
Okay, thank you. And supplemental, if I may.
Go ahead, yeah.
Councillor Stetsky mentioned maybe rebates for homes that want to maybe do go into that xeriscaping or fake lawns. And just in addition to that, would it be also worth considering maybe like irrigation systems that use less water compared to the conventional sprinkler, or having rebates for installing an irrigation system that uses less water?
Councillor Peabody through the mayor. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that we can look at those items. It would be part and parcel to potentially, if there is going to be any metering consideration. Having led one of these programs previously, like when the rate structures often do incentivize lower water users.
Mm-hmm.
So naturally, a lot of people would want to invest in those items themselves and see a return on investment. But there are often to initiate some of those things, to build some funding for a pilot program is often some of the items that we would need to be looking at doing. So I think even if it's something that's a small investment to show how practical it can be and how positive it can be, then those are the types of things that we'd love to be able to bring to council and then look at trying.
Okay, great. One final question for me. So when it comes to water metering, has staff sort of looked at the cost of implementing that system, or even like a rough guess of what it might be? Like, I'm just looking at Google the town of Squamish, for 4,100 residences, it'd be about $10 million. But I don't know what the year they looked at that could be a higher price now. So I guess my question is, like, yes, there could be some huge savings in what sort of water supply system we need down the road. But just as far as like the cost recovery of implementing water metering system, do we have any idea of how long it would take to recover the cost of implementing that?
Councillor Peabody through the mayor, that's exactly what we want to look at funding the study for, because there would be multiple scenarios, right? We want to be able to show that flexibility. But it would take some the modeling work to take place to show what reductions would cause what effects for deferring those costs. We have some projects that are in the 5-year plan that could be deferred or reduced by millions of dollars if we were to get that reduction now. But it's a fairly extensive exercise, because we want those numbers in that business case to prove out. So I have asked Urban Systems to provide a high level estimate for a study that would look into it in those details and look at the phasing options, and we would be looking at $40,000 to $50,000 to do that study, and that would really bring us to the point where council and the community would be able to make make that decision, because we do want to show that it is a return on investment, and it would be something that the current users within the next several years would potentially be able to see a return, and see the city see a return on investment. So we would want to be able to model out those utility rates based on the current demand and the operations and the capital of what we're seeing, to be able to show that this would be something that everybody would think would be practical from a financial perspective, in addition to all the positive reasons. We would also need to look at subsequently what the impacts are to our sewer system, because a lot of this extra water use that's happening within properties is impacting, going directly into the sewer system, or even some of the leakage that's happening as well. One of the biggest the big push when I worked for the district of Sparwood, when they did their universal metering, was not about water supply, it was about sewer. And they were having a lot of water usage that was going into the sewer system, and they were able to defer a treatment plant upgrade that would have been, in the tens of millions of dollars. They did the universal metering, I think it was $6 or $7 million. So that was an immediate return on investment. So we just want to be able to show those same practical examples.
So one more quick question.
bet, yeah.
So if council decides that we do want to go ahead with universal metering, would we have to go to a referendum like we did, I think it was like 2012, or could we just push this forward without a referendum?
Councillor Peabody through the mayor, that depends on the mechanism of how it's implemented and the funding aspect of it. Those types of the use of a referendum is either to gauge public opinion, if council feels that that's the way that they would go, or it would be something where through an AAP process or some other process where it's approval for the actual funding, to implement a universal metering program to put meters everywhere in the community. The dollar amount would likely require borrowing, and we're not aware of any grant funding sources that would come into play. So there would have to likely be a public process at play from that perspective. I do believe that, if a business case was put together that shows how practical and how this makes financial sense, then I would hope that would stand on its own from that perspective, and that it wouldn't necessarily need to be something that the community says yay or nay to, something that is considered a bit of a standard practice. But that would be council's prerogative. The study that we would like to undertake would show also abilities to phase or implement this. So there's the opportunities to require it for all new builds. There's opportunities to require it for higher users or commercial users. We have some of those items in our bylaws right now. So and there's also would be an ability to stage it in as well. So there's multiple options for implementation, but the best option is to get something on the table, at least to get it going sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Councillor Bassett.
Thank you. I do think we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. I do think we have to start with the business case, and then that would come to us, and then, have a look at things. Not that I'm adverse to getting ahead of ourselves. I tend a little that way anyways, but I really also think that part of the issue is about paying for what you use and valuing water. I mean, you see it with grocery carts, how behavior changes if you put $1 in for the grocery cart, they get returned. And I would imagine, since our usage is extraordinarily high, that we could even see larger decreases than 33%, considering the wastage that's going on now. And there's some real merit to just paying what you use for and valuing water. So I'd like to see the business case. I don't want to make up my mind fully ahead of that, but I do think that's the logical next step. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bassett. Councillor Ray.
Thank you. Just a couple sort of general questions, reading about the precarious nature of water supplies. I just saw something about a glacier in Alberta, and it's, coming near to the end much more quickly than folks thought. And of course, the impact that's going to have on water supplies. So, if we have a year with a particularly low snowpack and then we're having, extended periods without rain, how precarious is our water supply? Quite, I think, if we look at Gold Creek and Joseph Creek. Do you have any comments on that and maybe thoughts around how we communicate that with the community?
So, Councillor Ray through Mayor. Yeah, these are some fairly dynamic situations, especially for the city of Cranbrook, that we haven't been having to deal with, in the last decade or so. So from a positive perspective, a lot of the proactive planning work and the monitoring and the operational work that's been happening at Public Works is allowing us to get a handle on that situation in a much quicker way, where we can try to build more proactive forecasts for what the risk and likelihood of that happening is. So, I think the community was caught off guard a little bit with some aspects of the water restriction implementation, and that's partly because we've just been fortunate enough to not have to do that very often. But I think we can all see that the likelihood and the frequency of that happening again in the future is there. So we've been collecting a lot of data with our water flow stations that we have. We do have snowpack data. We've got a decade or more of this type of information where we can analyze and extrapolate and forecast some of this stuff, so we can more proactively look at implementing measures or forecasting if it's highly likely that we may have to be much more proactive earlier in the season, even if it is raining, because we've even seen with the recent rainfall events that we've had, the reservoir is still drawing down more than it is coming in. So some of those things that may not seem obvious, we have the data, we can start to forecast those things, we can start to control that narrative and better protect ourselves. So yes, that is a reality, and we've it's something that we're discussing quite a bit, and with our teams of consultants and from the operational end, we really want to be able to really improve that ability to forecast what's happening and protect these issues, so we don't have to get to that next level in the future.
That sounds great. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, if I could just add a real life scenario to that. Last year, we had a very hot, dry summer as well, but our reservoir was able to maintain pretty much full pool for the majority of the summer. That was due to, the snowpack that we did have the winter prior. Last October was a very dry October, and we didn't get much precipitation. And last year's snowpack was below average, and the moisture content of it was quite a bit lower as well. And now we're seeing the ramifications of all that. So just a real life scenario that we do deal with. So if the snowpack is quite critical to what we get, and we just hope that we get a good snowpack this year to replenish.
Good point.
I really appreciate that. Yeah, those systems and data collection mechanisms are in place, and it's not to be alarmist, but it's to work together to convey that this is a precious resource that's not actually infinite. It's actually finite, which is a bit scary, right? When you think about it. So I appreciate all the work that's already going on with that. And I was just curious, when was the last time we went to stage 3? I don't have any sense of when that would have been.
Councillor Ray, through the mayor, we've never been on a stage 3. We've never had a stage 3 prior to the bylaw that was passed last year. We do, before that was a policy to go to a stage 2, which just limits us to the 2 days a week. So, we do have now that stage 3, stage 4.
Well, and I would agree with the earlier comment that I think the staging and the communications have been very well done and very timely. So thank you for that. This is a very micro question, just curious. This was probably many years ago. When did we change from the 7 p.m. evening watering start time to 8 p.m.? And the reason I ask is I see many, many people in the community still starting at 7. It's very ingrained. So I was just curious when we made that change, because it was probably quite a while ago.
Councillor Ray, through the mayor, I believe it's through the new bylaw that got passed last year.
Oh, it was just last year.
Yeah,
okay.
Just before it was the policy from, I believe, the early 2000s. So.
Okay. Yeah. So anyways, folks are very ingrained with that I think it was 7 a.m. and so I don't know what it was, but anyhow, you can see it's a hard habit to break. So we've just started on that road. So that's good. Just wanted to mention briefly, maybe we have some marketing potential around Waterless Wednesdays. Might be able to, just as I know that's a sort of an early thing before things get too dire, but I think we might have some potential in the community to really promote that. I know we've talked a little bit about automatic sprinkler systems and those being better in terms of water usage. I've noticed around the community, it looks like lots of folks struggle with resetting their automatic sprinkler systems as the stages change. So although I appreciate it sounds like you can save water with automatic sprinkler systems, if you don't change to what the stage is, yeah. So I'm all about what we can do to conserve water, but with an equity lens, just looking at the cost in terms of putting in automatic sprinkling, not everybody has those resources. So yeah, just wanting to kind of be aware of that as well, that we consider all folks of all income levels in how we approach that.
Yeah, Councillor Ray through the mayor. With this being the first summer of the water regulations, we are, creating a lessons learned, and that we will be bringing forward probably some amendments to the current bylaw to incorporate some of those.
Perfect. That's awesome. And then just one final comment. I noticed in one of the reports, there was a change noted that I think is coming up in terms of chlorination, changing from gas to a different substance that's less volatile and more safe. And I thought that sounded great.
Yeah, Councillor Ray through the mayor. Yeah, that's correct. We are looking at different options for disinfection. Gaseous chlorine is quite hazardous. We're trying to limit that exposure for our workers and stuff and go with a more safe product. So we're either looking at bulk hypochlorite or on-site generation.
Yeah, I really appreciated that change, sort of being on the to-do list. Given it was a different substance, I know, but what happened in Fernie at the arena and stuff, I think anytime we can make a change to make things more safe is great.
Thank you. Councillor Popoff.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So one of my first questions was about the Gold Creek. If we get first off, we didn't get the funding for the Gold Creek upgrade last time. So are we in line for it this time? I guess what's our chance of getting funding in part or in total for the Gold Creek upgrade? And my understanding is if we do finally get the Gold Creek upgrade, that's going to create an expansion of water volume at a high cold water altitude, which is going to give us not just more volume, but better quality of water, especially over the warmer part of the season. So if we were to, it might be in the notes what you covered, but if we were to get that Gold Creek upgrade in size, capacity, and would we be able to fulfill our full licensing requirements? And how would that work on the supply side versus on the consumption side? I'm in favor of the consumption side as well, but if we were to fulfill the Gold Creek Dam, what kind of increase would that give us in supply, especially over the summer?
Yes, I'll address the first question, Councillor Popoff, through the mayor. So we're preparing a report to council for next Monday's meeting, just to provide a bit of an admin update, a bit on the design and planning process that we've undertaken with the Gold Creek Dam. As you've alluded to, we did apply for the funding several years ago. We were not successful. We decided at that time and in discussion with council to invest money into the design work and working with various stakeholders in the province to get something that would be more shovel ready, that would allow us to maybe jump on another grant opportunity and to also do more of the due diligence work for the updated cost estimates due to all the uncertainty with pricing and climate change and everything. So that report that we bring forward on Monday is going to be seeking some direction, from council on how we advocate for getting some funding for that, such a critical resource, especially seeing that the most recent modeling and the climate change adaptation. Initially several years ago when that dam was experiencing some failure mechanisms, we had looked at just replacing it as it is. And at that time, it would have been, okay for today. But a few years later, then we would have been looking a little silly because it would have been something that probably wouldn't have mitigated the issues that we've had this year. So we've looked at making it much larger, but we're hoping to reach out to other levels of government, similar was alluded to earlier with grant funding, to say, we need to make that dam much larger because of the climate change risk that we have. The location of it, as you mentioned, it's in a higher elevation watershed, so it is cooler, so it does have better parameters for keeping the water safe to drink. It's in a watershed that's managed much more carefully as far as logging and resource access. Whereas the Phillips Reservoir right now, you can drive by it and drive over bridges that are just upstream of it. So it's situated perfectly from that perspective. So we will be providing an update to council. I don't have the details. I don't know if either of you do on the supply aspects of things, but the intention from the storage volume perspective is that it would allow us to maximize the water license that we have there. For the instantaneous supply perspective, we would have to look at in the future upgrading the supply line coming down there. But it would be the storage, which would be the shorter term need right now, where we would have that additional storage capacity for these drought-like conditions.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I look forward to that conversation. If I may, we're talking, and thanks, Jason, for the comment about the cryptosporidium. We have had a cryptosporidium outbreak in Cranbrook. I'm going back, I think I had hair back in that day, but it was probably 10 to 20% of the population of Cranbrook in June that got wiped out with crypto, hospitalization, etc. No one died, luckily. The cause of it was the Tebow ranchers accidentally allowed their cow-calf grazing all around the Phillips Reservoir, and that got into the reservoir. Chlorine didn't help, and we had that huge outbreak. And of course, Cranbrook was on the map again for something bad going on in our community. So yes, we need, and if we have a big slug of crypto, I don't even think the UV, especially if our turbidities are an issue, are going to eliminate the threat of crypto, and it's quite serious. So just a comment. On the consumption side, we talk about the residents and watering their grass, but what about our business commercial folks? Do we have any metrics on their water consumption? Are we metering the business commercial folks? I mean, I just don't know about that.
Councillor Popoff, through the mayor, we do in our bylaw require metering for larger diameter water services. So there may be businesses that are using a lot of water, but if they don't meet that threshold, I believe it's 2 inches and larger for metering. So the approach at the time was a start to try to capture that, but more recently we've sort of heard some feedback that I think the application isn't necessarily doing what it's supposed to be doing. And there was even requests from commercial water users to add a meter to their business so they would be paying less. And these are very high volume users. And that is really counter to, I think, what the application would be. So those are the types of users where we're going to be, they from the water restriction standpoint, we've got to dig more into how they would be impacted, because we do need to recognize what would happen with the business community under, if they were have to curtail water usages, and that's a a definite tough decision and a discussion needs to happen. But that would also need to be looked at, from this water metering perspective too. If there is a phased approach, or would we be looking at the highest water users first in order to take off as much of that peak as we could? So it's something that there is a bit of a policy in place, but it certainly needs some improvement and refinement.
Excellent. So the business commercial water consumption and metering and those things will be built into this business case. Great, thanks. And it's been mentioned already, but climate change, the wildfires we've had this season, the drought across not just British Columbia, but a broader area, us going to a level 3 for the first time. The public in our community have to be sensitized to water consumption And so it's a perfect timing to get out on the media, let them know, our community know, that we're way above national standards for water consumption. We have to start conserving and get those conversations going on in our community. Good that we did the level 3, but I think we really need to have that conversation amongst our residents and our business commercial, that we are huge consumers of water, way above the national levels, and it's a concern, and there are consequences if we don't start to behave. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you guys. Great report. Very timely. Terrific information. A couple of points, I guess. I think this council, one thing that most of us, part of our platforms we were all running was action. We were going to take action on issues, and some of the action we have to take, it may not be the most comfortable action, that a council has to take. This is timely. I would suggest that certainly with the information we received today, we have to act on this. We got 3 years left in our term. There's no question that this council has to act on these issues. So water meters, whatever we're going to do, landscaping plans, irrigation, even I was in Kamloops 2000 to 2005. They had water quality issues at that time, and they were starting to restrict you bought a house or you built a house, you had to submit a landscaping plan, and you were limited to how much irrigation you could use as well. So as Councillor Stetsky said earlier, you'd have a combination, of the areas, with more profile. Maybe you got grass, but in that little side piece, you've got a desert look or something like that. So it's time to look at that. Water meters. Everybody I spoke to, that I know personally living in communities where they have water meters, they didn't like it when they first come in. They're used to it. And it's, as Councillor Blissett said, you use it, you pay. And it's your choice. You want the greenest grass in the block, you're going to pay. Indoors and outdoors, I think a lot of people that I know have made a lot of changes. I think it's important, as Councillor Popoff had said, that we need to paint a picture for the community. Just what we've heard today, we realize that you have to do something going forward. We don't have a point. Pardon me. We don't have an option. But the day's coming where it's going to be reflected in the budget. There's going to be a cost to the taxpayer. It's going to be significant. And I'm not trying to set anything up, but we have to paint that picture so that they understand all the issues. Really interesting on snowpack. Every year they announce the snowpack. So much above average, so much. And people talk about the snowpack. So they do pay attention to these little facts. And I think, I agree we need maybe to develop a business case and implementation plans for the programs that we're going to undertake or the moves we're going to make here. But well in advance of that, we have to have a media campaign that is just putting that information out there, a steady flow, but it's, they got to get it. And there's no way of sugarcoating it, but I think they got to be almost inundated with the impact, and the issues that we have here, so that they'll more readily accept it, when the day comes. So I think that's really important as well. Yeah, and that's all I've got really. Guys, it was a really, really great presentation. I think there's a new sense of awareness, certainly with the presentation, but I think this summer has really brought a reality to the community, how important the water is. And if we were going to that next step and everybody was worried, when's stage 4, like we go to stage 4, that is significant in a community the size of ours. And we can't predict that. Like we say, with the climate change and whatnot, we can't predict, but certainly there's a lot of things we can do. The 20% here and the 18% there, and that adds up. So thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, but they got boiled what? Yeah, they do. Take a little 5-minute break here.
Mayor, if you could, that would be great if we could. Lunch will be here at 12:30. So just so everybody else is aware too, Wayne, so you're aware, we're at 12:30, we'll take a break. But if we can take a short break now and we can keep going.
Sure.
Thanks.
Short break. Everybody good? We'll resume the committee of the whole meeting. Item 7.2 is a report regarding a discussion on council committees that include a request for decision by the CAO regarding council committees. I'll ask Mark to please provide an overview of the report before we put the discussion on the floor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we talked a little bit about the council committees during orientation and just about, council's experience in the different committees, and council is required to attend some. We have, some are legislative required. Some, where have we kind of moved things along far enough that maybe council is not as necessary to sit on those committees, and there are other areas of concern in the city that may be necessary for council. And some of the ways of looking at council committees are that where there's something in the strat plan that isn't into a place with an implementable plan for staff that will require more work, or things that are sort of still up in the air, I guess. I don't know what's the right term, but just undefined enough that perhaps that's where we would ask a council committee to get some direction together, which, includes expertise from people in the field, community members and council, to get us to a place where we have something implementable, where we're struggling in the community. And that was kind of the discussion today, is just a few different parts. One is looking at the committees we have now and if council is best suited for those, and if that's the best use of your time. If council would like to strike new committees, dealing with some of the issues of today in Cranbrook. And I did have a couple of suggestions here listed in the report. And I'll have Darren come in as well if council would have any questions, just in terms of, the suggestions I had on here around the history center might be one. Looking at that whole site, the entrance and egress off the highway access, the parking areas, the landscaping, the buildings. We do have an operator of the site that operates the site, but in the past few years, how's the operation of the site and who should do what and how's that better done? It might be time just to have a good look at that. Its connection to the downtown with the downtown revitalization plan, and sort of that overall master planning. Housing is another area. How far deep does council want the city to get involved with supporting housing in the community? The homelessness issue, and that bubbling up pretty drastically in the community, and what we can do. We do have the housing coordinator now, doing some work out there, and you've been receiving some of those reports, but also that we didn't get the funding for phase 2 from UBCM, which would have been that Vernon model, which struck that committee, that sort of looked at things more broadly in the community and had more of a community approach. So because we don't have that now, maybe it's time to revisit that discussion. And then other priorities in your strat plan or anything else that might have come up that council thinks a committee might be useful for. So that was, committee of the whole. It's fairly open discussion. So let's just go through this and as council would like. And
Okay, before we start, Mark, I just ask a question. Is this meeting being recorded?
Yeah.
So it will be available to the public through our website. So just keep that in mind, when we're having discussions maybe on certain views in certain organizations, for sure.
Yeah, no, good point. It is a committee of the whole public meeting, and we do record and post. Yeah.
Good. Very good. Anybody want to kick this off? Thoughts, consideration, Councillor Ray and Councillor Graham.
Thanks, Mayor. I think this is a really good conversation to have, and I hope we can come at this with fresh eyes. I think for lots of organizations, when you have whatever committees, there's often a tendency we keep doing what we've always done because we've always done it. So I hope we can, just have a look at this with fresh eyes and really look at the return on investment, and kind of where we can make a valuable contribution. So, for example, and I think the statutory committees, those are required, that's legal. I mean, that's kind of a given, I think. But for a committee like the Cranbrook History Center Committee. When I look at, that's a nonprofit society, their board's legally responsible. I see the member of council who sits on that board is a voting member. Oh, non-voting. I thought it said voting, but it says voting.
Sorry, just, I was confused by that too. When I saw that, I'm like, oh, I am a voting member
Yeah.
according to what's written down on here. But
Yeah.
according to the board, I'm a non-voting member.
Okay.
So there might just be some clarification there.
Okay. Anyways, that's a good little point for clarification. I just wonder if we just objectively think about what's the purpose of having a council member on that board or on any kind of nonprofit board like that. My perspective is, I think some years ago, there maybe used to be, it was a sense of status that we are at board X, Y, Z, whatever it is, we have a member of council on our board. And it was kind of a sense of, maybe that this elevates the profile of our board or something. And there was maybe a sense that, okay, I've got a direct line to city council. But I kind of wonder if, because we've really clarified that our focus is governance. And I'm sure a lot of what comes up at board XYZ, a fair chunk of it probably would involve some operational stuff. Like, I'm just not sure that that's the best use of time for a member of council. I see just for example, on the Cranbrook History Center board, it looks like there's also 2 staff liaisons from the city. Is that right?
Typically we have one with Darren, but Mike has been attending as well.
Yeah. So if there's staff liaisons, then is it duplication to have a member of council there? And I guess just from a nonprofit perspective, I think there was a time when organizations would say, well, I'll have one board member from city council and one from the college and one who works at IHA and et cetera. And I think now boards have really moved to, they have a board skills matrix and they look throughout the community of who can fill the gaps that they need filled. So I don't think they're looking so much anymore about where do you work or what other organization do you sit on. So yeah, and I wonder if it's about information sharing, would it actually be maybe just more time efficient and effective to say, would the Cranbrook History Center like to provide a quarterly written update to city council or something like that? So I just think we need to be clear about what the purpose is, and let's not assume that having someone sit on the board is actually the best way to fulfill that purpose. If it's about information sharing, there might be more efficient ways to do that.
CO Fritchell.
And then, sorry, in my introduction, I just forgot to mention, like, we provided you the committees, commissions, and boards sort of brochure. Like, it's just copied from actually Prince George. Is sort of gives you a good overview of that. And I think one of the things we could talk about is like a standing committee versus a select committee, where like what you just described as sort of that standing committee, the membership, and really sometimes your role is undefined or unclear, and it may be historical. Whereas a select committee might be struck for a specific purpose. And then once that purpose is met, the committee dissolves. And, that's where you hear the terms like mayor's task force on something. Those are just a fancy way of saying, select committee of council to achieve a certain result, and then it's disbanded and move on to the next thing that you need to tackle. So I forgot that in my introduction, sorry, but you've just covered really that standing committee side of things.
Cool. Councillor Graham?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess a couple of things that I look at when going over this list and when we're talking about committees is the shift that we've seen in expectations over the last 15 years or even 12 years. Again, I sound like a broken record, but 30 extra meetings of council outside of non-city committees. The issues that we are facing around this table are quite extensive and expansive and are taking more time. As 10, 12 years ago, you were on these non-city committees because you were dealing with a barking dog and maybe what road to pave next. So we've definitely transformed what we do around these tables, and having a discussion around non-city committees I think is very important because of the time commitments that we have here and what we are truly elected to do. We're elected to represent Cranbrook at this table and move things forward to the best of our abilities. And if it becomes draining on some of our counselors, and some of us are work, some are retired, and some have more time, some have less, I think that it becomes a stumbling block for somebody wanting to maybe get into local government when you've got a good workload here, plus now you have hours of meetings and strat plans with these non-city committees. And like Councillor Ray said, you know, governance is our top priority, and I think we really need to focus on that. And, you know, maybe we really need to focus on maybe some committees of council, and maybe our time needs to be spent on a few more things like that, or task force, but really reviewing what we are doing outside of the non-statutory commitments should be looked at.
Great points. Anybody else? Councillor Stetsky? Councillor Stetsky?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So a couple of things, and I guess not entirely clear, Mark, on what you want to get out of the meeting today, because it's multifaceted. I sit on 3 committees currently, and they're all extremely different. One of them is the library board, and because of the timing, I have not yet attended my first library board meeting. That one is statutory, so that's required. Sit on the social planning committee, where basically I've a flow through, I guess, between council and the committee, and I send things on to council that the committee are putting out, and of course they put out a lot of emails. Now with Marcel in place, if Marcel is a regular member of that committee and can provide that link information in both directions, then you know, maybe we don't need to have a council person on that committee, but that would also add to Marcel's responsibility if she's keeping council informed, because there is lots of initiatives that come out of that committee. The third committee is really the treaty committee of RDK, which is really done nothing. We had one meeting and that was it. Of course, the treaty process is not currently underway, so not surprising. There was some interest in maybe trying to keep up on what was happening around the Kootenays with First Nations in general, and we'll see where that one goes. So basically, that has only required one meeting so far, so that one isn't onerous. The second level for discussion potentially is, did we want to add any new committees? And I have on several occasions brought forward the concept of Environment and Climate Change Committee and an Arts and History Committee. Having said that, I have not had anybody beating on me from the community to bring those forward. And so perhaps you know, we don't need to pursue having that kind of those kind of committees in place. And Mark, that was an excellent summary in terms of different committees. There can be, you know, committees of council established around issues and committees established by the mayor to help resolve issues. And perhaps that's an area where we can and should focus. And Mark, my question to you would come back to, you know, what committees do you think would be most helpful to staff around issues like housing, around the future of the Cranbrook History Center? Because those termed committees, you know, that have an objective to resolve some problems and move forward may be the best way to go. So I kind of see 3 different levels. I don't feel overburdened by the 3 committees that I sit on currently. And again, I really haven't had anybody beating on me to set up either the Environment Committee or the Arts and History Committee, so maybe we should park those. Maybe that's one of the outcomes from the meeting today. And then, yeah, committees to solve problems and get information that are helpful to staff. might be the way forward. And those are special committees of council. And I don't remember the exact names. When I read the report, I thought, yeah, that absolutely might be the way to go for some of the issues that are troubling us right now that we want to get a handle on. So I'll leave that there. And Mark, comments on committees of council that can be helpful to staff perhaps around those current very important issues that we're dealing with.
Thank you, Councillor Stetsky. Mark, you want to respond?
Sure. And then, so Councillor Stetsky through the mayor, just, I think you somewhat answered that, your own question there in terms of, like for today, just being a committee of the whole, it's fairly unstructured meeting. And it really is to support council and, taking a look at this whole business of the committees. The committees is just sort of your next level of council, your layer that if council's the inside decision-making loop, committees are that next layer where it allows you to connect with the community and it can be a connection as in that standing sort of committee. And I think Councillor Graham described it best, it's easy to continue to add and add and add and add, but sometimes we need to look at what's the best use of council time and staff time, because I think with the complexities and the sort of stuff that's going on these days, our time is being maxed out and the demands for our time are beyond what we can really deal with all of these different things going on. So it's probably a really good time to look at, just like we do with our regular business of the city, what are the things that we really need to be doing? What are the things we should be doing? What are we must be doing? And sometimes we have to let go of some things that are lower priority and add things that are a higher priority. And so that's what today was about, is if we can, even if we don't get to an end product today, maybe just start the discussion around, should we do a review of your existing committees and the ones that are non-statutory required for you to be on? Maybe let's have some honest discussions around, is there value there? Because I know some groups would be a little heartbroken to lose a council committee member, but really, Councillor Graham put it best that, council's time is being stretched. I know we're demanding a lot of council's time from the administration side to be involved in meetings and to give direction. Your strat plan has a lot of aspirational things that are somewhat undefined, and we do have other things going on in the community that staff are looking for more explicit direction on. So that will require some of council's time. So all three of those parts, Councillor Stetsky, I think are important, like reviewing what we have now and what's council's time maybe not being used the best for that could be prioritized. What are some of the big things that are hitting the community now that we really need to get on with and get them into a place where staff can act on some things and get that direction of council via committee. So that would be like the select committee where it is, considered something you'd call like a mayor's task force on housing, homelessness, whatever, where the group meets, comes up with some actionable items and gives that to staff, and we move on and get things done. So thanks for that opening.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Papa.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I remember in 2016, we actually got rid of some committees. We were saying, what's the value of them, whether we had a seat on it or not, but we actually streamlined and got rid of some committees. And again, no one's been barking that we need to put those or reinstate those back. So there have been some efforts back in 2016, 17. Councillor Ray, I agree with you about the Cranbrook History Center, with the exception that the reason that I've been on it, and I think, and Councillor Bissett and Councillor Peabody's been on it, is because we own the land. And we have a vested interest in that ongoing operation and their governance and their challenges. And we all know that there are ongoing challenges at the Cranbrook History Center. So I think it's important for us to be part of that strategic planning process, some guidance, the relationship back with the city and the city's interests, and looking after the money piece of it as well. So if it was just a nonprofit and we didn't have those kind of interests, I would say, it's why are we involved with that? But I think we still need to be part of that for those reasons. Social Planning Society, I was on that for a term and a half, and it was through that understanding and again, part of their strategy settings and everything else, you started to learn the broader context of what's going on in our social communities. And then understanding we need to, through the city, needed to advocate through UBCM to get funding through UBCM for, well, first off, some of the other organizing pieces, but to lead the application for the housing poverty report that then culminated in the phase 2, which was the forum that we had back in the fall time. So if you didn't have a city councillor in there, to see the broader picture and maybe provide some guidance as well as it related to city interests, even though you're a non-voting member, I think we're losing opportunities for the greater good of our community. I'm currently on the tourism board and as a non-voting member, but again, knowing the greater Cranbrook interests from a tourism and economic development perspectives and others, and we have staff on this one as well, well involved. You provide some guidance, you provide some leadership, and you bring back information back to our community on the greater aspects of how we need to grow and prosper and how tourism plays into that, as well as the strategic planning process. So, I think those are all valuable. If we don't have those interests, that there's no value back to how the city values from this, or we can provide those city perspectives, then yeah, do away with the committees or do away with our involvement. As a retired person, I volunteer for these because I have time for them. And I know that's not fair for everyone. I don't expect to be paid for them. But if you have time, I think it's a valuable opportunity to get involved in these committees. I was previously on Chamber of Commerce, and I know Council people are on it right now. What a great way to understand the business community from those perspectives. And they're always asking us, not just about taxes come tax time, but other information back to our relating to our community and the business community at large. So we're a great liaison that way. So I mean, those are some that I think are all in play. And I would welcome some discussion on a housing task force. We've talked about a housing development corporation maybe, and how we want to relate with BC housing authorities and those things. Housing was the #1 election item that we all addressed during the election, and it's still a #1 priority, as we heard earlier today. So that would be important. Prior to the election, there's a few of us talking about I think Councillor Stetsky, a climate and environment committee. We kind of talked about that over a coffee one day. It wasn't a quorum. I really haven't thought about that much since, but if that's an issue we want to talk about, so maybe that's something, some value added that we can provide, but I'd still like to hear some more conversation on that. So that's it.
Anybody else? Couple of comments from myself, I guess. I agree with the certainly with CAO's perspective on, it's about time and the priority. We should be looking at, we got the statutory committees, so that's a no-brainer. I think we really have to take a serious look at the non-statutory committees for all the reasons, that have been brought forward. It's time and the best use of our time. I agree with Councillor Stetsky. If we're going to move forward with committees or task force, about a council involvement or staff involvement, I think we have to make sure that we're dealing with something that's action-based and a term on it. So if you look at what are our priorities right now, I mean, I can assure you the amount of time that's spent on homelessness and housing right now, and that's just a start, and then we go into daycare and on we go. Staff doesn't have that the amount of time. You look at our bylaw. I mean, Paul probably has about 5 to 10% of his time to do the job he was hired to do. He's in the trenches. He's dealing with all this. So, we need to deal with these important issues in the community, whether we think it's another level of government's responsibility or not. And maybe not through committee. And again, so task force possibly. Certainly the homelessness. I think we should probably consider a task force. We need a little more discussion on it. But the mayor's task force, very specific. The mayor and maybe a couple of members of council and some members of the business community, maybe from our organization are involved directly with the issues, and the population in general. I think you keep the committee probably 8 to 10 members, so that you can be more constructive that way, I believe. But again, we've got to decide what's the objectives of this committee, put a time on it, and we got to produce something at the end of it, and action items or a report of some form with recommendations going forward with a specific term on it. The public is expecting something from us to deal with the homelessness, and you know, us going and cleaning up the garbage, you know, several times a week, you know, it's making a difference, but the public doesn't see the difference. So I think we have to deal with that at a higher level. Housing, we've talked about housing. Certainly, I don't, whether it's a housing corporation or housing authority, and I don't know the difference between the two, but I see City of Burnaby develop the housing authority. And I don't know if that gives them more control over what's going on or not. We'd have to look into that anyways, why they would call it an authority versus a corporation. We've talked about it, you know, maybe what our priority would be for housing, you know, the missing middle of the working class, maybe seniors, but that we'd have to develop a term of reference on that for sure. And, you know, what's our level of commitment? Is it we've got the land, and we do have a few sites, I think, that have been identified, nothing formally, by different members. If we're going to do it, we need to get on it. Either we make the decision that we're in or we're out. And again, this is about action, you know, and that's why I think some of these other committees, you know, that are non-statutory, if you look at just those two, the homelessness and the housing, there's a lot of work involved there, and there's a lot of time involved there of who's ever involved in those things. So, yeah. The History Center, I agree with Councillor Popoff. There's issues over there. We have a stake in that. We have a stake in that we own the property, and of course, you know, there's a financial aspect that we're committed to over there as well. I think that the city in some form has to have representation there to start driving change and assisting them in changing their business model, their approach to what's going on over there. Yeah, so again, it comes down to, as Councillor Ray said, what's the purpose? And then again, best utilization of our time, and it's got to be action oriented. So yeah, so I guess, yeah, Councillor Peabody.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I didn't speak up earlier, but just trying to collect my thoughts here. I think my opinion on some of these committees is what's the transfer of information. So, for example, like I find like the Chamber of Commerce and even the Social Services Committee, or there's a good back and forth. You know, this is what the city's doing, and you know, especially with the Chamber of Commerce, who's involved in, you know, the business side of things. You know, the city is quite involved in what's happening in the local economy. So there's that transfer of information where we're sharing them, we're spreading our good word of what the city's doing to help out the local economy. They'll have questions, and it kind of goes back and forth. Similar with the social services, there's that good back and forth. I find with the History Center, like, I think as a council member, I can't go and say, this is how you should be running your organization, because I'm one small voice. And honestly, it's a huge organization as far as what they're doing. And, you know, 5-6 months in, I'm still trying to wrap my head about everything that's going on. On the other hand, you know, having a city liaison like Darren, it's a lot easier for him to get more involved. And I think Darren has a little bit more of a say as like, okay, this is what the city needs you, like what direction the city wants you to go in. And maybe that could be a direction from council, but I think as far as one council member in a board meeting, it's hard for me to speak up and say, hey, actually, I want the History Center to start moving in this direction as opposed to this direction. Does that make sense? And I think too, if there is a city liaison, having a council member on a board as well can have a little bit of mixed messaging. And we want to avoid that happening too, where Darren's coming in, they're saying, hey, like, this is what I want the History Center to start working towards. And then I come in totally unaware of what Darren's been working on. And then I say, oh yeah, this is great. Like, if this is what the board wants to do, I'll take it back to council. And then now I start working against what Darren's starting to do. So, yeah, I think my two opinions are if there's good sharing of information between the board and council, and that information can go back and forth between the other council members and their board, let's help prioritize those. And if we have a city liaison already working with that board, maybe a council should be stepping back and just letting staff deal with the organization.
Thanks, Mike. Councillor Bissett?
Thank you. I do think if we are going to create another committee, it should have a very specific goal. And, some comments were made about housing. Well, I think we've approved a number of housing opportunities, and some of these things just haven't come to fruition yet. So I'm not sure. I would want to see a very specific goal for that. I'm uncertain about this. I'm just not sure. I don't think we need to form committees for the sake of committee's sake. We did hire Marcel as the social development coordinator, and I do think that helps with our homeless situation. I'm not sure what a committee is going to do. I mean, maybe if it is that, to give some business people a voice that they might feel better about, sure, that's valid. But I'd really want some concrete parameters around what purpose is, because I'm just not sure on what would be accomplished other than another meeting. And I wouldn't want to see that.
Councillor Papa, then Councillor Grant.
Yes, thank you. And great comments. I think where we left the whole housing idea that a development corporation, other aspects was with staff. I think Rob Vague was going to bring something back at a future council meeting to talk about some of the best practices in other jurisdictions in BC and maybe abroad are with these housing, whatever we want to call them. So we can understand those best practices, see if some of those make sense, see how that relates to our issues and our circumstances, and then make some decisions. And if it's a task force or it's not, I mean, those are the endpoint decisions on what we want to achieve by this. But I think it first starts with hearing from staff to bring that back to us. With respect to the Cranbrook History Center, I'm glad that we now have staff engaged with the Cranbrook History Center. Prior to this, it wasn't staff, so it was us understanding and communicating and then bringing staff on and everything. I think we're at a different stage with the Cranbrook History Center now. That you're right, Councillor Peebley, it might be two different understandings, and let's make sure we have those conversations with staff about the future of the Cranbrook History Center, and then charge them to go forward. And maybe we don't need to be the liaison in that anymore.
Thank you, Councillor Grant, then Councillor Ray.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the one thing I would going with what Councillor Blissett was saying, if we're looking at a task force for homelessness and a task force on housing, that's the same thing. Like homelessness, like we need to build a home, whether it's or find land and build something that's super with the government super subsidized, and also fee simple. Like to me, it's the exact same thing. Homelessness and housing is there's no homes. So I would see that as housing. And if there's a couple people from the business community or whatever, like if we're looking for that does it. But like homelessness is housing. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, but
Yep, fair comment. Councillor Ray.
Just to circle back, kind of, I don't want to over focus on the Cranbrook History Center. So I appreciate the reminder that the city owns the land. Councillor Popoff has schooled me on that, so I do appreciate that reminder. I guess as Councillor Peabody kind of referred to, it's kind of an unusual situation for a nonprofit to have a board of directors of folks who are legally responsible for that nonprofit, and then to have a non-voting member who's there as an advisor and to provide information.
Yeah.
But they are not legally responsible. The folks on the nonprofit who have signed their names and are on that board of directors are legally responsible. And so we own the land. We're the landowner. We don't own the building. We're kind of a landlord in the sense of the land. to think, I don't know that that's the best approach to, if we want to engage in discussions around change and stuff. I don't actually know that having a council, non-voting council member on that board is the best way to do it. I actually think a better idea would be to come to a different table where the Cranbrook History Center is there with their representatives and the city's there with our representatives, and we come as equals. I actually think that'd be a bit more respectful and could be more effective to then have conversations that are broader, and that might fit with the proposed committee that's on the table. Like, we do need to ensure we're respecting the folks we're working with. Yeah, so I mean, for myself, I would embrace an evaluation, and as I say, fresh eyes, and let's really look at what's effective. I agree that at times it's great to be in person at tables, sharing information and having dialogue. If possible, I'd like to avoid duplication if we have capacity through staff positions. So for example, we've got now our new staff member attending the social planning committee. If we can avoid duplication, I think that would be the way to go. I don't know that it's effective to have a council member and the staff person there and potential for cross messaging. I read the minutes of the Social Planning Society. Anybody can sign up to get on their distribution list. I find those minutes very informative, but for me, that's a really efficient way to get that information. And that's not wearing my counselor hat, that's wearing my day job hat. But anyways, I just think we got to look at other ways. If we're just looking to gain information, I think there's certainly more efficient ways than having a designated counselor be on a board.
Thank you. Some really good points. CEO Fritcher.
Two things for council. One is our lunch is here, so we'll take a break pretty quick for lunch. And secondly, I just want to go back to what Councillor Bissett said. Maybe like at the end for today, what might be helpful is just direction from council on some areas for staff to explore. Like so in fairness, not to come away from here with that committee, but coming back with, as Councillor Bissett said, if I could get some ideas of what committees might be something council would be interested in, and then we could as staff tell you, okay, if we had a council committee on that, you know, here's what we hope would be achieved and how it would be structured and what it might look like. And then that would be more tangible for council to take it to the next level. Like committee of the whole really is a, you know, a place to take things from kind of that ethereal cloudy stage to something a little more defined versus a council meeting where you're making decisions. So it would get us a little further into some definition if we could just come away with some tasks for staff. And one might be, you know, if we look at the non-statutory committees, we could just interview the individual members of council on those committees just to see if they find value or not, or sitting on them is the right thing or not, best use of council's time today. If there's anything that council would like us to explore deeper, we could come back to you and say, well, a committee on that could be structured in this way, and here's what we hope to achieve, and here's what the membership might look like, and then it gives more definition. So maybe if we just think in terms of that for today versus trying to come to some end products today, that might be helpful too.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mark. Final comment maybe from Councillor Stetsky, and then we'll take a break.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And it kind of goes along the same lines of what Mark just talked about. I think, you know, there are issues that need resolving. And I go back to, you know, we want action on things. And one of the outstanding questions around the Cranbrook History Center is, you know, are we going to, in essence, merge it with tourism? Will it become an info center as well? And so we need to look at what's the best way to get to that decision. And, you know, does it involve council? Does it involve the public? But we need to get to a decision on some of these things so we can move on. And so to me, there's kind of a sense of urgency around outstanding issues. Housing, how far are we going to go as a municipality in dealing with housing? So we do need to make some decisions, some recommendations from staff I think would be really helpful. Here's the problem. Here's the objective that we've put into our strategic plan. What do we need to get there in as timely a way as possible is what's important to me. Maybe a committee, it may be a standing committee with a 6-month time frame, but we need to take some action and move forward on some of these issues.
Thank you very much, Wayne. With that, we'll adjourn for lunch. Thank you.
How long do you anticipate for lunch? 15 minutes, half an hour, just so I know when to come back.
Like that? Yeah, thank you.
Half an hour, okay.
I'll now reconvene the committee of the whole meeting. We'll go back to 7.2 and finalize our discussions on committees. I guess what we need to go now, do we have a preferred direction for staff, regarding this item? So I think there was a lot of conversation we had. Mark, do you have enough information where you can put together a bit of the conversation and then some recommendations based on what you feel the majority kind of were proposing here, the direction that members of council were going?
So maybe what I'll just propose is that this is kind of what I heard, and just tell me, council, if this sounds good or not. What I would do is maybe as staff, I'll have an interview with the council members that are on the non-statutory committees just to see what they feel about their involvement, and then maybe not just them, but the past member that was also on, and recommend whether we should still have a council member on or off those in a future report. And secondary to that is, as Councillor Bissett said, maybe looking at what the proposed committees might be and then coming back to you with what do we hope to achieve with that committee? And then council can give us further direction. So I'd come back to a regular meeting with kind of that bone structure. But what I'm missing is from council is what those proposed new committees might be. What I'm sensing from council is if you go to this guide that we've provided you with here on the different types of committees allowed under the charter, there's the statutory committee, the standing committee, which is basically what we have now, which are those ongoing committees. These are council committees, committees of council, and then you're on committees that are not council committees. You're a member on a separate committee. This charter tells you the committees that council creates, and so the one I think we're leaning towards is called the select committee. Those are loosely termed the task force, but a select committee is, I'll just read it, as established by council pursuant to section 142 of the community charter, which states select committee of council may be established and appoint, a council may establish and appoint a select committee to consider and inquire into any matter and report its findings and opinion to the council. At least one member of the select committee must be a council member. Select committees exist only as long as there's work remaining relative to the matters council has outlined. Once a select committee's work is completed, it will be disbanded by a resolution of council. So that's the task force model what we've talked about. So I'd propose maybe that would be, the items that you choose to have looked at would be under a select committee model. All I need to know is what the topic areas that I'd look into would be, and I'll propose those task force or select committees to council, and as well as which ones that I think, based on the interviews, council could consider dropping our membership from on outside committees as well. So that's kind of what I think going forward. So all I need for direction is what committees would you like me to look at considering for council?
Thank you, Mark. Councillor Ray?
Correct me if I'm wrong around the table, but it sounded like there was some interest in a task force bringing together a few partners to look at opportunities around the History Center site and potential for collaborations and those kinds of things.
CEO Virtual.
Actually, Councillor Ray, I'm glad you raised that one because you're the one that I think what you proposed is better. And so
there you go.
I think if council created a committee that looked at what the History Center was doing and kind of came with some recommendations on how to move that site forward, it may feel to the History Center group as something imposed on top of them. I think what you propose is a model where, use the term like where we did that community to community forum with the First Station, where both parties come together with elected officials and staff members, and you sit as equals at the table and you come up with some ideas of how you want to move forward. And then from that, a report is generated. I think that model seemed to me, I thought that was really good thinking outside of kind of the committee model. So maybe that one won't be a committee, but maybe more like a forum style of equal partners at the table.
That sounds great to me. Just before I relinquish the microphone, I don't know if now, I don't know if we would call it a committee or a task force or what, but I think some focus on housing. I would see value in that. We had discussions about exploring what a housing corporation would look like. So I don't know if this fits within that or if that would be called something different. I'm hearing things on our local radio stations about, I think it's a housing corporation that the Columbia Valley's working on, and they're getting traction and things are happening. Wherever that fits, I would be interested in that kind of exploration. So I don't know if that's a committee or an initiative that might, whatever, but I would be interested in that moving forward.
Thank you. Anybody else? Oh, Councilor Peabody.
Thank you, Mayor. Mark, what I would suggest on top of interviewing the councillors who are part of the committees, it might also be worth just sending out an email to the different boards and just seeing their feedback. What value do they see having a council member sit on their board? Because there's also the chance that we might just totally be missing the boat as far as what they expect our role to be and the role that we're actually providing. And then just in addition to what Councillor Blissett was saying about having like maybe a housing task force, and we're kind of chatting about this a little bit before lunch, maybe like a housing and development task force. And I don't know if this would be getting involved in staff and how they do their job, but I think everyone around the table gets complaints from the local developers in town about just the different roadblocks that they experience trying to work on any sort of housing project in town or any sort of commercial development. And maybe there's room for a task force to kind of help mediate those complaints.
Thank you for that. Darren.
Thank you, Mayor Price. Mayor and Council, just wanted to get, I guess, my couple of comments in about the History Center and just where we sit today with the site. Just want to start off with first, the input was based on public feedback, stakeholder feedback, with the overarching question being, the best use of the space from a taxpayer's perspective. So the recommendations inside the tourism plan came from the community in essence, right? So I'd like to think we can hit the ground running on the site. We've done a lot of, the early stage type planning on it. To echo a word that I've heard today a few times, it is something that's actionable. There are a lot of grants and opportunities to fund these types of things as we speak right now. So it is something that with the direction and the marching orders, we can action. As I think everyone here knows, we do have some issues at the site. And, we've had some comments from people inside the History Center organization and outside for that matter, something along the lines of the city needs to provide leadership. And then at the second time, it's, the city's kind of getting into our business and telling us what to do. And it's kind of a fine line to straddle there. But the bottom line is that with a committee or task force set up, it would give us the teeth we need to be able to actually start working through the planning at the site right now. So I just wanted to get those comments out there and then open up the table if there are any questions about what we've done with the History Center over the last 2 years.
Councilor Papa.
Thanks, Mayor. So sitting on the Cranbrook Tourism as the liaison, at the last couple board meetings, Christy, executive director, keeps repeating, I'm sick and tired of being asked in the community, when am I moving into the Cranbrook History Center? She says, one, it's got nothing to do with my immediate decision making. I'm looking, and she's looking straight across at me. I'm looking to the city to provide that sort of catalyst and leadership in bringing the parties together and going forward. So my advice to her at that point was stop engaging on those conversations, because she's right. I mean, this is not her call at this point, but she would be a critical stakeholder should the city convene the group of stakeholders to start having those conversations. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So, Mark, I guess we've had pretty engaging conversation here on this. Do you feel you've got enough information, to recap and bring some recommendations forward to council?
I guess the one clarification I'd be looking for though is the History Center kind of using that C2C, community model, a housing and development task force I've heard, and I could provide some framework around that. And the other one, I guess, we've talked about housing being the same as homelessness, but I'm not sure that there is a stage later, but in the housing continuum, housing, I think it's that missing middle, what a housing corp or housing authority looks at. It's the very early stage or even before a housing continuum is what the homelessness group would focus on. So it's kind of that homelessness to the early, interventions of temporary shelters and whatnot is where homelessness, task force on homelessness would focus, and the housing would work on sort of your entry level rent subsidized supportive housing up to market housing, but that missing middle. So I'm just thinking, is that, would a mayor's task force on homelessness be the other one that I look at, or is that something council be interested in?
Council? Councilor Graham, then Councilor Papa.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. I disagree with that. I think that our role is working to get housing and working with our partners to, whether partnership with land or partnership with some other options there. Housing is housing. Like, that's homelessness. Like we're not talking about, we're like, when I look at homelessness, I'm looking at the 42 seniors that are living in the travel lodge right now because they have nowhere else to go. That's who I look at as we need to build for or work with groups for, because then that allows the agencies to have the temporary shelters for the people in tents. What we're doing is not for people in tents, because there's a whole other continuum there. This is about the people that when with Windsor Arms, or not Windsor Arms, when that burnt down behind the Tudor House, whatever that was called, that building. Yes, the Knights Hall burnt down. People were displaced, and there's been nothing to replace that. And that's what I look at is as housing is that, because that's homelessness.
Good point. Councilor Papa.
Great conversations. I'll put it back to say, great question, Mark. I would look to the expertise of city planning and others to come back with some examples of what are those best practices that other municipalities are doing, from the Burnabys down to the smaller communities, for the missing middle housing, and some of those roles that we can take, the city take some leadership in development, and what are our stakeholders, partners, engagements on those for that missing middle piece. And also on the beginning part of the housing spectrum, from the shelters through to supportive housing and those things on the social side, and the heavily subsidized rental side. How can the city are there examples of the city taking direct roles in building those things, or do we take a supportive role working with the key developers and the key partners, and how can we help facilitate that to be successful? So I see us, hopefully you're going to come back and say, we have some actual direct leadership roles in the missing middle piece, and here's some other roles we can take on, not to ignore the social housing side of it, but how we can be supportive. So I think we were talking to staff previously for this fall to bring back some of those examples, and then give us that greater knowledge of how we might adapt that for our needs and go forward. So I'd welcome that coming back from our staff.
Thank you. Councilor Stetsky.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think it's important that right up front, and I agree we need to move forward with these initiatives, but need to be very clear right up front what this is not. On the homeless side, this is not an opportunity to revisit where the homeless shelter is going. On the Cranbrook History Center, there should be a clear distinction between the city's role and the board's role, and that we're not crossing over. I think there's a little bit of confusion right now, at least amongst some of the board members, as terms what the city's role actually is in their kind of day-to-day operation. So right up front, we need to be clear on what is not being discussed as we move these initiatives forward.
I agree. Good point, Councilor Stetsky. Councilor Bissett.
Thank you. But also, I think we should, as council, get a report from staff on the progress of the different housing developments that we've approved and what is holding them up, why they are not moving ahead. So Wildstone Heights, for example, because what is there? You were mentioning, what, 400 housing units in there? So we have approved a number of things. So I would like to know when these are actually going to happen and what are the holdups?
Seal Virtual.
Basically, I can tell you on some of those, and that's that resolution council's bringing to the UBCM. And a lot of this hinges around the fact that that whole corridor development is adjacent to the highway. And a lot of those developments are subject to MODI requirements for intersection upgrades and highway upgrades prior to the development being approved. And that's that resolution where we talk about the tools that we have, like when, like, for example, on the 11th, you'll look into the new subdivision on 17th, where we can do an oversizing agreement with the current developer. They'll put in bigger pipes and we'll charge latecomers, and the next development will help cover those costs. With the highways, it's almost like, I hate to use the term, but it's almost like a game of Jenga. Every single development that comes along, you pull a little block out, and does that trigger your traffic study? Does that trigger a highway upgrade? Oh, maybe not this one, but then the next one does. And then there's an intersection upgrade, but it's only a small one. And then the next one, maybe it's a bigger one, then it's got to be redone. And then all of a sudden one comes and all the blocks fall down, and that developer's stuck with a $20 million highway intersection upgrade. Are they going to go forward? No, they're not. So there's no tool to say, let's master plan that, let's design a intersection and then do an oversizing agreement that the province or the city funds, and then every development pays their fair share. There's no system like that. So it's this process that's really plugging up the development along there. And plus everything goes to the regional office. And so where some of the intersection improvements or approvals need to be done, they can't be done locally, and it goes to the office over in Kamloops, and it's then all the other developments are in front of them, and it takes quite a long time. So we've waited months for MODI to get back to us on a lot of these developments, and so we're able to move quite quickly, but they're not. And that's just one of that piece of that resolution. The MOE with Schedule 2, anything that hits a Schedule 2 use goes into their system for environmental approvals, which takes months and months before we even hear back. And similarly with hydro, where we have to rely on their designers. There's no third-party designers that are available in other parts of the province that we want to maybe see if they can do that for us here. So that's that resolution for UBCM that will be Cranbrook's brought forward for next week. So that's one piece, and that's what's really probably one of the biggest drivers. We've also seen errors with, I'll speak real frankly here, with some of the building permit applications where the architects and designers have not met code with fire. And we've caught that at our building department where their architects should have caught that and sent it back for redesign. And we can't simply approve it. It's errors on their parts, and their architects it's luckily our staff catch those things and we don't approve it, and then the city becomes liable. So it's a lot of those things have been happening. And there's really like the mayor went through a review with the development community and with us, with staff, over the past couple of months, and we've looked at every single aspect of our operations. And yes, there's been a couple of things that held us up with, we lost one of our engineers, and that person we'd just finished training to be an approving officer. So now we've got another staff member that's going to take the approving officer training in the fall. So that knocked us from 2 approving officer capacity down to 1. We lost 1 professional planner. So we're looking at a bit of a restructure and doing things a little differently there to address some of the other concerns that the development community has brought forward. So I'm not saying the city side's perfect, but by and large, the delays are not ours.
So I'm not sure what this committee is going to do to address that.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're going to continue to improve. I've made that commitment as a department and as a city. We're going to continue to improve if this is another avenue, because right now the developers typically go to the mayor if they have a complaint, And what we're trying to do is get them to work through the director or myself to resolve the complaint before it goes political. Otherwise, it ends up going through quite a lengthy process that goes political, back to my office, back to the director, back to the staff. And it does this circuitous route where we could probably resolve things a lot quicker with more direct communication, single points of contact, whatnot, either at the department or the developer level. So we are working on those remedies. But yeah, this is a very active file for us. But I think number one at a political level is really that resolution that we're taking to council or to UBCM.
Thank you, Mark. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've met with multiple developers over the last week and a half, and their story is a lot different than what you're saying right now. And I'm writing an email looking for some answers around this issue. And what I feel like is we almost need like a development coordinator or somebody in staff that has that point of contact, because from waiting a week and a half for a return phone call, or all of a sudden the goalpost shift midstream because of miscommunication, there isn't that smooth communication rolling out. And there's always 3, maybe 5 sides to a story. But when our priority is housing, and sometimes it can feel like that's a cost to the city. Well, actually, it's a benefit to the city. It costs us a bit up front, but like Broad Street's there for 100 years or 80 years. What's the tax base on that over 80 years? Where's our break even? And how do we look at it through a lens of this, A, meets a need, and B, it brings in a tax base? When you have somebody who says, we have 400 units that could go this fall, but we need some help maybe on outside the box thinking on maybe, do we need a sidewalk that goes to nowhere? Do we need certain upgrades, or can we work on a different perspective? Like, that's the conversation. I'm like, I didn't even know this project was still alive. So I think that's where the communication, or having a point of contact, and whether that comes through a task force or not, but you've got that contact to have that communication on what some of the issues are that are external to Modi, because Modi is a whole other thing, and so is BC Hydro when it comes to approving power. But I think there is some things that we could do that is positive and front facing, and that allows the development community to feel like, okay, we're engaged and listened to. It's not about breaking the rules, but it's about, can we do this? Does this meet the criteria, or are we hard and fast on 2 sidewalks, curb, guttered? That, where do they go? And I think that's where some of these projects are sitting, and some, they might not have a business case for them, and that's in the developer's will. But I think, if you take it at face value, and you have to be careful of taking it at face value, and I understand that, there still is some kind of a rub and a way that we can work through that.
So if I can just comment real quick, and then Mark, you can follow up on points that I missed. So we had our second meeting with the developers. I was going to get some highlights at the end, on a report at the end from the first meeting. So we got all their concerns and issues and recommendations they put forward in the first one. Everybody saw the report come out. One thing that was a concern was communication. Okay. And the callback and the point of contact. So I guess the city does take a hit on that to an extent. Mark is currently working on a position that we'd put in place, a tech or something that would be the front desk. They're all going into this front desk, and it'd be somebody with some kind of qualifications or experience that can probably deal with a lot of the problems rather than going straight through to Curtis, whatever. The one approving offers made it really difficult. Like, we heard from Curtis 4 months ago. He had 12 subdivision approvals in front of him, 6 more he knew about coming in. Actually, there's a dozen more coming in, and they all want those turned around like right now. One approving officer. So, I'll certainly defend Curtis on that point. It's overwhelming. But again, so we have addressed that, and point of contact is critical. So we've agreed in our last meeting, point of contact's important, but that just isn't on the city. There's been some of the concerns that were brought forward, and now that I'm getting up to speed on a lot of the actual issues, it wasn't just on our end, the point of contact. Curtis has responded to maybe somebody who's representing a group of a number of developers, okay? Or a development or a number of contractors. He responds, that person in kind did not disseminate that information to the others. So others in the group go, Curtis, we've been waiting for months for this. You got it back. There was no CC on there to him to get back, so it's a specific request. So it's on that person to flow that information down. So there is a couple of instances where maybe we've delayed and it's on us, but it's not 100% on the city, I can assure you of that. So certainly this position that Mark's talking about, we're not going to get a senior engineer, or they're not available out there. You go do the job hunt. If you want to wait another year to get a qualified or senior engineer in there, it's too late. So I think this measure that Mark's looking at fits the bill for right now, and it'll certainly work well carrying forward into the next construction year. Now, as far as the city saying, yeah, we'll approve this or that, I've had probably a half a dozen developers talking to me. And what's the holdup? You guys haven't approved. It's very specific. Curtis, our approving officer, who's Curtis, cannot approve a subdivision or occupancy in a subdivision until such time that Ministry of Highway, Modi, has stamped those and approved that plan and that drawing. Well, guess what? We're waiting on Modi on a number of issues, and that's what kind of put the one to bed up top end of Wildstone there. The delay on that, and the guy saying, I can't afford to do that. So that's one of the reasons probably the builder has walked away from that. Saying that, my fear is some of these builders are saying, well, I'm ready to go as soon as the sewer's in. I'm ready to go. I can build 75 units for 25. I got 30 units ready to go. You go ahead and build them. They can't occupy them. And there's not a thing we can do about it. We cannot allow occupation of those. So what's the value of those right now? And you realize that we got to be upfront right at the start. A lot of these people, they have investor money. So they go and build these units and they tell their investors, sorry, the city won't let us. Well, it's not the city. So this is, I think, where there's a lot of misinformation, and part of our discussions at this last meeting was around that. So we'll be doing a follow-up report of our findings and some of the conversations we had, and making that very clear. Yeah, Councilor Graham.
Yeah, and I get that, but we haven't addressed our red tape. And what are we requiring for subdivision? Is it outside the parameter? Why do they have to do a lift of asphalt, wait for 2 years, and then do another lift? Why are we seeing more people doing stratas than true bare land subdivisions? Lot sizes. We can do this stuff, but we're not. That's what this. I look at this task force. Are we going to drive outside the box ideas and thinking to deal with true subdivision versus strata? Because strata does, at some point, strata doesn't work. We need subdivision, and the services that they're in. And that's what I'm looking at, is what is our red tape and what are the requirements that we are making developers do that might have been great in 1996, but in 2023, it doesn't work. Or when that roads master plan was first developed in 2007, maybe in 2023, it doesn't work, but we're still holding them to something that we have the power to change. And that's what I'm more referring to, is not Modi. Modi's a whole other topic that we really have zero power in, and we'll do a resolution, and it'll probably be the 15th resolution that's gone to UBCM, and who knows if the province will act on it. But what can we do to look at solutions for what is being required in 2023 and 10 years out? Smaller footprints, smaller lot sizes. Do people still need 3,000 or 4,000 square foot homes in town? That's what I look at, because that's what the developer and that's what others look at, is density. They go to strata because they can get density. They don't do subdivision because they can't get the density in the city. So are we going to look at that and move it forward? And are we looking at different ways of a transportation network, whether it's roads, whether it's sidewalks, whether it's bike trails? Does it have to be adjacent, or can there be other options? So I think those are things that I'm hearing is that where are we going? Because we definitely have our own red tape.
So Councillor Graham through to Mayor Price. So that's what I'll propose in this committee, like the Housing and Development Task Force, because there is merit in what you're saying. Like, what you've just expressed is that, you know, there are, like I said before, when the developers are unhappy with something, the traditional route was they were going to the mayor versus the director and getting the resolve. And so they're going to individual council members as well. And so we're having these multiple points of entry and contact and everybody getting different pieces of information. And I think given the nature of housing and the desire to be the best at ensuring that Cranbrook is the top of the game with developing housing, that I don't see any issue with the proposal to have a housing and development task force that would look at those things. And I think there's value there because it is somewhat entering the political realm where there is holdups and complaints of things that could be or potentially better known by council if not resolved, but at least the awareness is there of what some of the issues are and we get that better communication. So I like that. So I'll definitely propose that. The one missing piece though, I just wanted to maybe just make sure I'm not missing something is just the whole, I guess maybe not the housing part of homelessness, but the social issues around homelessness. Do we want to have a task force specific to that to give voice to the community to then maybe through that task force bring it up the line to the province and the federal government of some of the issues in Cranbrook outside of just the simple housing side, the social issues? So we did hear from the public about that. Is that suitable for a task force or is that not suitable for a task force or a committee, I guess I should say?
That is probably the biggest complaint I hear from the public at large is what are you doing about that specific situation that you're talking about? So I think we do have to have some kind of a response, but you know, we have to deal with facts. And again, you know, what is actionable by the city and what isn't, and then, you know, what can we do maybe to advocate, you know, to the next levels or whatnot. And I think that could be accomplished through another task force, but I like the term select committee with, you know, with the purpose, terms of reference, and a timeline on it.
And if I could propose like that one, because we didn't get that phase 2 funding from the UBCM that looked at the Vernon model, and because we now have a social development coordinator, like the social development coordinator could take on the role of that, managing that group of folks or that committee, but maybe a short-term committee of council, like a task force to get that started, like to give it some structure and get it started and then hand it off. So it would exist just for a short period of time to give that structure. And because Marcel's only one employee and this is a whole new area for the city. So I'm just thinking that maybe there's some value there for something short-lived that gets that going versus Marcel just striking on her own to try to start that group and or attaching to the social planning committee, which is already existing and maybe not meeting the mandate of Cranbrook.
So maybe, you know, we can debate it, you know, all day. Maybe just a show of hands, maybe on these specific, on that, certainly that committee on this last homeless one. A show of hands, how many? Councilor Papa.
Maybe just, I'd really, before I'm prepared to vote on something, I'd like to see a draft terms of reference about what the city's role would be on this. I don't want us to end up owning this and then we becoming the problem in the community. Let's get a draft terms of reference criteria on what that would be, and then I'd be welcome to certainly vote on it. I don't think we're in any urgent rush on this one.
No, I don't think today we're here to form committees. This is direction to Mark to bring back something to us with recommendations for committees and how they'll look.
Just all I'll do is I just want to know the topic areas that I'll scope out and I'll bring back, and then you decide whether you want me to pursue developing a committee around each of these areas or not.
So
that's all
then
I'm doing.
there will be a terms of reference attached to it if you're bringing this back for us? Okay.
So better. Okay, so I think, are we all good with that direction? Mark, you understand what we're asking?
Okay, so what I'm going to bring back then is a report. I'm going to talk about a review of the past or a review of the existing non-statutory committees that talk to current council members, past council members, and then discussion around the boards. Whether council is valuable or not on there. We're going to talk about a history center, more like a community forum model meeting structure, a housing and development task force, and then a mayor's task force on homelessness. And then each would sort of like, what has councilor Bissett put it, what's the intent of each, what are we trying to achieve? And then maybe just some drafts, not the terms of reference, the whole thing, the voting and all that stuff, but just kind of your terms of reference of what are we doing there around the table. And then council can decide whether we want to pursue any one of these any further, or if there's something different or whatever. But I'll put that structure together, and that really is what I was looking to achieve today. Council committee of the wholes, or to get something from a very fuzzy, cloudy stage into something more of a bone structure that we can bring back to a regular meeting. You can give me direction on more specifically. So if that works for you, that's what I was hoping to achieve today.
All good with that? Show of hands, if anybody's good with that direction?
Just
No,
direction. Just
no.
direction.
For him to go forward, just, yeah. Well, where I'm going is if, only one person wants to go forward, we don't want to waste staff time either, right? Yeah, gotcha, yeah. Okay, Mark, so you got your direction?
I do, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, guys, moving on to 7.3 is a report regarding daycare spaces. Mark, you provide an overview of the report, please.
Sorry, I got too many papers here in front of me.
Yeah.
So this one, I just thought there's been a lot of discussion back and forth by council on childcare in the community, and then there's been a lot of new opportunities for funding that have come around through the province, and different communities that have done different things, and different school districts across the province that have done different things. And so the last place we were at was when the newly formed Ministry of Childcare, or Education and Childcare, came about, that council supported, and we met with the school district in having the school district number 5 move forward with taking advantage of the new funding and the land they have on the school sites, and the synergies with the schools for parents to have a single site to drop off for before school care, and the child then goes from before school care directly to the school, then to after school care, versus having to ferry back and forth to different locations, and then running those. And that was the letter that was sent to the school district that's attached. And then just trying to follow up with some of the council discussions since that time, and funding announcements, if there's any desire from council for direction to staff to do anything further with childcare spaces. And so, yeah, that was the report. And then I attached some information on some of the grant funding that's out there. And as always, I think, it's the whether the city wants to get involved in donating the land, or, applying for grant funding, but the building, construction and maintenance of buildings, and then the actual operation and the availability of childcare ECE staff is all questions. So
Discussion, Councillor Bissett, Councillor Ray, Councillor Popoff.
So I recall at one of our council meetings, I don't know how many months ago, one of the childcare providers came to us asking for land to develop a daycare, and we kind of shelved it. I was thinking that we could talk to them and go ahead with this and look and see if there is some space in that the city could provide, or just work with them to help provide, create another daycare. I mean, I don't want to see the city doing it, but they came to us as an organization that already provides childcare, and they just wanted some support from us in providing land. We have been asked for land for other things, and we went ahead with that. Staff were quite keen on that, and yet this has gone by the wayside as far as I'm concerned. Maybe that's not accurate though, but I would like to see us work with them to provide childcare. Well, for them to provide childcare, and we could provide some land for that.
Thank you, Councillor Ray.
Thank you. Daycare is absolutely crucial. We know this shortage of daycare has been a long-standing issue. My concern is, as a former basketball coach of mine said, if you try to play every position, you will end up playing none of the positions. And so my feeling, I really appreciated our meeting with the school district. I thought that was a really good match that it was more in their lane for the school district to be looking at providing additional childcare opportunities. For myself, I feel like looking at exploring options around housing corporations and seeing what other communities are doing, to me, that feels like it's more in the city's lane. But that could just be my perception. But that's kind of where I feel like if the school district is able to take the lead on working on increasing childcare options, and perhaps the city can explore a role we might have to look at the missing middle for housing. Having said that, if we went down that road and we're looking at building something for housing, hey, if it was helpful to also build space for daycare, I mean, I would totally be in support of looking at those kind of synergies. So for myself, I was comfortable with kind of leaving additional daycare work with the school district. Having said that, I'm not averse to re-exploring this request that came forward. I just want to make sure we're not trying to take on too much and then we're not successful in what we take on. So for myself, I feel like looking at the missing middle for housing just fits a little better in our lane.
Thank you for that perspective, Councillor Popoff. Then Councillor Stensky.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It was a productive meeting with the school district trustees to understand what they are thinking they might do and also what I think they're not interested in doing. It was pretty clear from that conversations with them that they were looking at providing on-school property, either new capital or utilizing the library or something for the already existing children in the school system, just having some preschool and after-school care. That seemed to be where the start and finish was. They did agree, however, good, better, best, building full childcare on an elementary school property was a great transition into the school system, but that didn't seem to be a go zone that they were anticipating now or in the future. I don't know if we've had any further updates on that. Okay, so they might build some before and after school care for existing students, but not for the huge need that we have in our community for childcare. We did also speak with Michelle Kirby from the Ministry of Education and Childcare. We had a committee of a whole Zoom meeting with her, and at that point, she's, and of course, that it's in the details, but the high level was city put up some land and the funding is in place for planning, construction, subsidizing the care workers, operations, utilities, everything, and then you just go find some partners. So it sounds easy, right? Go find some partners to run and operate it and provide the staff. I'm hoping that we've had a chance to go back and revisit with Michelle Kirby on is this still the place and in place, and are we able to still be part of this plan? And if so, okay, now what are the details? And go from there. The person I think we were talking about, Councillor Bissett, was the Summit Community Services Society through Sarah Jacqueline, who do operate, staff childcare in this community, and she, through that society, wanted to partner with the city as being the operator and the staff and everything else. Now, how do we get there from here? Are are there roadblocks? Are there challenges? Are there some work we can do to make it happen? I think if Michelle Kirby from the Ministry of Education and Childcare is still keen, and we have identified some city-owned land, and there's been a few of us talking about some lands maybe available, and Summit Community Services Society is keen to still be that operational partner. I don't know if the school district trustees and staff need to be a player on city-owned land childcare. Maybe they'll do their own thing at this point, but we got to do something, folks. And this is a golden opportunity that other communities are doing. I don't know what their successes or their challenges are, but for other communities in our Kootenays to be successfully moving forward, and we're the biggest community in this region, and we're doing nothing, not even engaging in the process. I think we're really dropping the ball here. Childcare was number 2 on my election campaign, and I think it was equal with everyone around the table. Yes, the missing middle housing is vastly important, and this childcare piece comes in just under that. So I think we have to find some time and attention to work on that. And Councillor Stetsky, we're a council of action this year or this term, so let's put this on the table.
Councillor Stetsky.
Thank you, Mayor. We need to approach this with a sense of urgency, not only because of the need in the city, but because this funding, quite frankly, may not be there a year from now. And so I'd be in favor. I mean, my priority would be probably the school board first, and then a local community organization like Summit second. But I think maybe it's time to go back to the school board now and say, look, are you in or are you out? Because if you're not in, then we're moving on and we're going to go with a community group like Summit, which I think would do a fine job. But we started the process with the school board, but let's conclude that one way or another and then move on, because we do need to treat this with a sense of urgency.
Thank you, Councillor Stetsky. I agree. I think we need to go back to the school board, school district. I mean, the ministry is called the Ministry of Education and Childcare. What more? Let's be honest. So really, the provincial government owns it just through the name of the ministry. I think also if you look at our $10 daycare, that come from the federal government, but the provincial governments have to buy in. So this is senior level government. They've acknowledged that's their responsibility for daycare. They're responsible for daycare. And, you know, if it's not working between our 2 levels of government, and especially like, again, I say in BC, Ministry of Education and Childcare, and not to be disrespectful to our local school board, but if it's happening in other districts, why is it not happening here? And it's interesting. And I agree, you know, that we have local providers that maybe could do it if we gave them some land. The school board probably got as much land, and we found out what our land inventory looks like. And make no mistake, we could accommodate it if need be. But look at these elementary schools. Look at the land availability on those, and you know, the activity areas outside, everything's right there. It just doesn't make sense to me. So I look at the Fernie thing, and you know, Mark sent an email out basically how that came to fruition. Well, it wasn't Fernie driving upwards. It was a pilot project in Fernie that the government identified Fernie as a pilot project community. It was driven by the province and by the ministries. Had they not been driving it, it's highly unlikely that that daycare and that development would have materialized. Okay. And I think you look too in the conversations, we got a little bit of correspondence with one of the local childcare providers that even if we're kind of in, well, we really can't accommodate that right now. So here we are, you know, with good intention, we're going to be stuck in the middle of something. I think we got to be a little, as Councillor Sesty said, we need to go back to the school district, and maybe if this is political, this is politics, guys, maybe we have to go to the ministry and say, are you not responsible, and how come it's happening in some areas? And maybe the school board has to take direction from the ministry. Just a thought. Mark.
So thank you for that. And just following up on the conversation with council, I think what I propose then is I'll craft a letter to come back. And that's going back to the school district just to say, you know, we sent you that letter, and can you respond to what your sort of next step is or what your strategy is moving forward, so we know if there's a gap we need to fill. I think crafting a letter to the ministry just to say, you know, if this is a priority, could you please give some firm direction for that to be happening in this area, and what you'd like to see? And lastly, if the city does want to get involved, and I did hear some council members talking about that around the table, we can. I just want to address some of the things that, as administration, we have to look after legislatively in terms of the fairness and you know, open opportunities and whatnot. And so if we think that we're prepared to dispose of some municipal property to facilitate a childcare, we have to be careful to not just go ahead with one group. And really, as staff, we're probably not the best position to propose how it would be structured, what grant funding we would do, et cetera, et cetera. So what I'm thinking, what it sounds like to me, the opportunity would be, is if we put together an expression of interest and just say, is there groups in town that would like to move forward with childcare, that should the city make land available, they could do that. Please propose the size of property, the location of the property, and what that opportunity would look like, how you'd access grant funding, how you'd build it, how you'd run it, and then get those. And then from there, council could make a selection on what kind of land the city would like to dispose of to meet that need. Rather than us driving it, it would be driven by the childcare community, and we would simply respond to the proposals. So I'm just thinking that way, because I just know on the staff side, our expertise is so thin in this area. For us to go out with the structure and the format and telling people, dictating the terms, I don't think we're prepared to really do that successfully. Like the basketball analogy, we'd be the water person telling the center how to do their job, and I don't think we're ready to do that.
We were just talking for the last 4 hours really on where we're going forward. If you look at the list that we've accumulated today of go forward and what we need to do, again, it's one thing for our time, staff time. I'm fine to put out, as you say, maybe if the school board or nobody else is stepping up, piece of land, that's it, and that's our involvement. We got to be really careful. We just keep adding and adding and adding. See, this is a nice to do, because we have no legislated responsibility to do this. And we're here for governance. And you know what? The whole governance process deals with your level of authority and responsibilities. So it's a nice to do in the community, but make no mistake, if we do any more than just offer up land, now we've just invested our staff in that. And I don't know if we really have the ability to do that right now. Councillor Bissett.
So all I'm talking about is offering up land. We did offer up land for a garden facility that we have no expertise in. The exact same situation. A group came to us and asked for that, and that got priority assessment by staff and has already been accomplished. We've also been asked for land for a daycare. We've been told by our community, this is a very high priority. We've been told, we met with the minister who said specifically, we want this done. We want this done in Cranbrook. I'm not sure that we have to send her a letter asking, do you still want this done in Cranbrook? We've been told repeatedly. So I think we do need to talk to the school board again, but we're not in charge of the school board, but we are in charge of our land. And we have an approach. And like you say, maybe you make it open to other people, but we need to look at what land we have and say this could be used for that. Are there, ask for expressions of interest on that if they want to go ahead. But we're not going to direct the childcare. That's between the childcare facilities and the government. And I think that is already in place. But I'm just very concerned that some projects get sort of starred to be acted on and others are put in the drawer. And this to me has been put in the drawer. And I think it's a very important thing for our community. And so I'd like to take it out of the drawer and have us move ahead to our limited ability. We're not having a city daycare.
Mayor Price, to Councillor Bissett, if I could just respond to that. The only differentiation I'd just like to draw is that like a community garden is a temporary use of a site where we could put it on, remove it off, whereas a building for a daycare would be a permanent change. And so I just want to handle them slightly differently. And so that's where I think perhaps an EOI versus a direct award to one group would be prudent.
Councillor Grant, Councillor Popoff.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think everything's kind of been covered off around here. It's definitely a priority, and if the money's there, that's exactly right. The concern is maybe it isn't there next year. So we definitely have to be cognizant of that and try and keep pushing it forward, but not running a daycare, even though I know Darren said he would love to. But I think we do what we can with with the tools that we have and try and prod someone else to take it up from there.
Thank you, Councillor Papa.
Thank you, Mayor. So instead of asking the school district trustees, where are you at? The question for them, in my opinion, is, are you planning on building childcare, not just before and after school for your students, but are you planning on building childcare on your elementary school properties? It's a yes or no. With respect to, we just provide the land, I'm good with that. I'm good with that as the first step, and putting it out to see who wants to step up with the capacity and the professional skills to then apply through the childcare education and go forward. If that doesn't work, then maybe a plan B is, again, our other municipalities are actually going that extra step and convening the stakeholders to come forward with their sort of guidance a little bit to steward the process forward. So if the first part, if we can't get someone jumping up right away, maybe we look at stewarding something going forward where we're not in the daycare business, but we help facilitate, convene that process going forward if no one jumps up in the first place. I don't think we can just let it drop at that, well, we've offered the land and no one picked up, if that comes to be true.
Thank you. Councillor Peabody.
Thank you, Mayor. I think on top of maybe offering land, another thing we can look at is maybe upgrading a city-owned facility. What comes to mind is the senior center. I don't know if that's occupied, 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, but this could be funding that could upgrade that facility. It could be an income generator for the senior center. And then also, maybe even make the connection between our local seniors and the toddlers that are attending the facility too. We've been talking about accessing this funding for 6 years. I think that's the first time it came to the table. And for 6 years now, like the decision has been like, the city doesn't have the capacity to access this funding. So let's pass it on. I think I have similar fears. I think Councillor Popoff might have said that eventually this funding is going to disappear. Or no, sorry, it's Councillor Stetsky. Eventually this funding is going to disappear. And I think as the last resort, maybe the city has to look at maybe on a contract basis, finding someone who does have the time to access this funding and get something going. So we don't miss out on, creating a facility for, basically free, as opposed to, having to rely on a private enterprise to do it down the road.
Interesting perspective, Councillor Peabody, for sure. CO Virtual.
Okay, just back to council, I guess. Then what I'll do is I'll craft that letter for the school district. I'll try to get it ready so that it's on the agenda for next week. Are you moving ahead with before and after school care? Yes or no? Are you planning to build childcare? Yes or no? And then in the meantime, in between time, I think what I'd propose is rather than doing a very formal expression of interest that, come with construction ready drawings and everybody spends a whole bunch of time picking land and designing buildings and stuff, I'll just say like maximum of 2-page, just propose to the city as an organization, could you move forward? Like, would you, a piece of city land, how big, whereabouts, how to fund the building using the grant funding to build and run it, sell or lease the city property, and then also to look at existing city-owned facilities that could be upgraded, such as a senior center. Just give us something like a very draft form, and that way I don't have to formalize something to council that we're actually going to do something, but then you'll get these ideas back, and then we can work from there. And if only one group like Summit comes asking for land, we can simply move forward with them because we did reach out to the community, and then we've kind of checked the boxes under the charter in terms of what we've done asking others. I'd propose that, like, as administration, we can just go ahead with that because we're not committing the city to doing anything. We're just asking a question.
Yep. Very good. Councillor Ray.
Just one quick thought for that expression of interest. We know that trained staff is a key limiting factor, and I think the school district referenced that they didn't want to build a building and then not be able to staff it. So maybe in our expression of interest, just a note that, we realize staffing can be a challenge. What are your strategies to ensure that this facility would be adequately staffed?
Councillor Popoff.
Thank you. If I recall correctly, when we were having our conversation with Michelle Kirby, she talked about the full spectrum of funding that included the original startup planning. So as Councillor Peabody just tweaked my attention to it, maybe that includes this summit, if you will, or some other parties applying to the school through this funding to actually get their staffing, their capacity, their expertise hired through this funding to actually then come forward with the proposal. I was pretty sure she was giving us the whole full spectrum, right from concept, which would be getting the capacity of us or the other organizations to actually get the capacity to start planning it. And that might be a valuable conversation.
Thank you. So, Virtual, do you have enough information to work with?
Yeah,
Correction?
so I'll bring back that letter for council to look at on Monday. And then the expression of interest, let's just call it EOI light, because it's just to get the concept only to gauge interest in the community prior to the city actually putting really a lot of effort into any one way direction otherwise, and just to see what interest is out there. And then that goes back to Councillor Popoff. If we get one group back or 0 groups back, if the city still has an interest, then we might have to put more oars on the water to move it forward. But otherwise, if there is one group or more groups that are ready to go, they just need a piece of city land, they tell us that, then we can move on that. So really EOI light is what I'll look at, and I'll just go ahead and we'll do that as staff, because we're just going to find out what the interest is out there. So that's what I'll move forward with on this one then.
Thank you. Good. Alrighty, we'll move on. Bring us into correspondence. Final item is a piece of correspondence from Galen Elstead, Managing Director, Key City Theatre. Received August 15th, 2023 regarding a request for support for the E-Day Fest on September 9th, 2023. Ooh. Do we have any direction for staff? A couple of things that they're asking for, everybody's seen the correspondence here, is council representative to officially open at the festivals at 12 p.m. Is there somebody on council that is willing to do that? Okay. So Councillor Peabody's good for representing council of the city for the opening, and the rest is all pretty much back down to staff. So I'll leave that with CO Virtual to manage.
So it's 7:30
and respond to.
So they need them twice?
So the other 5 at requests, Mark, you're good to deal with staff on those?
Sorry, the elected official request, I guess it was 2 times 12 and 7:30, Darren?
Yeah.
And I just missed what the council conversation was there.
Okay. Councillor Peabody? Good, we got that covered?
Okay, thank you. And then as far as the staff goes, I think we've already addressed most of it except for the minor expenditure here. I think was $134.50 for electrical, but otherwise the rest of it, I think we've taken care of at the staff level here, it looks like.
Thank you. Councillor Ray?
Do you need a motion to cover that electrical cost?
I think we'll just go ahead with that. It's
Okay.
in committee of the whole. I don't know that we could do that officially from council, but it's a pretty minor expense. We could probably cover it.
It's more or less a standardized request and follow up.
This is part of what we want to formalize a bit more going
Yeah,
forward.
exactly. Councillor Graham?
I just think because it is at committee of the whole and there is an expense that we technically approve, I would just make a recommendation that this comes to the September 12th council meeting to formalize that approval. Then it's clean.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
More
Yeah,
than
we'll
one
do
thing
that.
after the fact, so, yeah. Good point. Very good point. Excuse me. Brings us into Mayor and councillors' reports and inquiries. Let's start with Councillor Graham.
Not a lot to report. I will save it for the council meeting where people watch.
Fantastic.
I know someone needs to catch a train, so I have nothing to report.
Thank you for that. No. Has anybody? Okay. I've got two quick things. So just to follow up, I mentioned it earlier that Mark and I had met with the contractors development as a follow-up meeting. Kelly recorded all the comments and the information. She'll compile a report, and rather than me going into any details on that, Kelly will disseminate that back to the participants and to council. And there's a number of initiatives that we'll be moving forward as a result of that. Secondly, Councillor Stetsky. I'm sorry, Councillor Stetsky. Yeah.
No problem. I just wanted to offer a sincere thank you to staff for allowing me to participate in this really important meeting from afar.
Beauty.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah. Next thing is UBCM resolution. So we have 4 resolutions going forward at the UBCM. Typically, you know, the mayor would be there and reading them. Do we want to break these down and have different members of council report on each one? So real quick, first resolution was the RCMP resources, traffic to crime to support the community. The second one was a MODI required highway upgrades. Third one was the development approvals, and the fourth one was affordable housing infrastructure upgrades. How about I leave this with CO Virtual, and maybe between you and Kelly, I'll get a response back from members of council who would be willing to step up. And all the information is attached. So it's just a brief summary. Kelly could provide you with the information as ever chooses to take that on. CO Virtual.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just the intent being that without you there to sort of like when resolutions are presented, there's usually a representative from the city. So I just want to make sure that I'm typically not involved in the room in that time.
Yeah.
And so each representative that might move forward on a resolution, we're not looking at each other at that point. It's just somebody's appointed to deal with each resolution and they're prepared with anything they want to say. You don't get time to speak, like maybe 3 words you get out, but just so that there's a point person for each one designated ahead of time before the meeting, before we get to UBCM. That's all I'm looking for.
Okay. And on that note, I will be leaving after the meeting today. I'm heading over to Kelowna for 6 weeks. I will be participating hopefully in all the, just depends on the time my appointments over there on the various meetings. So I will be available virtually. Of course, the acting mayor for the month will be in the chair here. So I appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you, Lynette, for the past month stepping in. So thank you everybody for your support, and I look forward to seeing everybody in person when I get back in late October. So on that note, I'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you.